Chapter 1148. On the top of the demonic steel mountain, Lu Ming's suppressing prison's steel bloodline resonated with the huge steel. At this moment, the tremors were getting more and more intense. Buzz! The huge steel let out a buzzing sound, and the entire mountain shook along with it. Huge rocks on the ground exploded as the steel slowly rose up. The steel rose up as if it wanted to follow the suppressing prison's steel bloodline out of the mountain. Slowly, the steel rose up inch by inch. It seemed like a section of the steel was embedded into the mountain. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from under the steel. This aura was extremely domineering, as if it could dominate the world. At the same time, a monstrous demonic aura spread out, as if a supreme demon was about to be born. Amidst the monstrous demonic aura, Lu Ming and Enchanting could vaguely see a tall figure under the steel. This person was a middle-aged man with a burly figure. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his demonic aura was overwhelming. He looked like a demon god. The aura of a sovereign. This is a sovereign, a demon sovereign. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could feel the majestic aura of a sovereign from this figure. This was the unique aura of a sovereign. Could it be that this steel is suppressing a sovereign, a demon sovereign? Lu Ming's mind raced, and he thought of many things. Ha ha ha, how many years has it been? I can finally escape. An excited roar came from the demonic figure's mouth, and a terrifying aura rushed out, attacking Lu Ming and Enchanting. Lu Ming's five-colored intent surrounded his body, and his true yuan surged. The dragon force burst out to resist this pressure. On the other hand, the heavenly demon bloodline appeared above Enchanting's head, and demonic aura bloomed, blocking this aura. No, I can't let this demon sovereign come out. Otherwise, Shao Qing and I won't be able to withstand a slap from him. Lu Ming's mind turned, and his eyes focused. His mind was completely immersed in the suppressing prison's steel bloodline. Come back! Lu Ming roared in his heart. Bloody light spread out from his spine, and he used all his strength to control the suppressing prison's steel bloodline. Wang! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline shook violently. Slowly, it was pulled back inch by Lu Ming. Come back! Get back here! Lu Ming kept roaring in his heart. The bloody light seemed to be on the verge of materializing, and his eyes were bloodshot. Whoosh! In the end, the prison-suppressing monument bloodline was pulled back by Lu Ming. It turned into a bloody light and flew into Lu Ming's spine, disappearing without a trace. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was retracted. The light of the huge steel dimmed and fell down again. No! Beneath the stone tablet, a roar of unwillingness could be heard. With a loud boom, the huge stone tablet pressed down heavily, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. The monstrous demon might also disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming and Enchanting felt their bodies lighten as they exhaled deeply at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two of them did not expect that there would be a demon king suppressed on the Devil's Steel Mountain. It was no wonder that the Devil Temple clan members had died. It must be the demon king's doing. Lu Ming, the reason why I felt my bloodline throbbing and the strong attraction force is most likely because of the demon king. Enchanting said in a low voice. That should be the case. Lu Ming nodded. Enchanting felt it because of the demon king, while he felt it because of the huge stone tablet. It was a broken stone tablet. What is this stone tablet? Why is it resonating with the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline? Lu Ming had many questions in his heart. Lad, quickly use your bloodline and let me out. At this moment, a deep voice came from beneath the prison-suppressing steel. It was the Demon King. Senior, you are the Demon King, and the two of us are only low-level spiritual gods. If we let you out and you kill us with a single slap, wouldn't we be wronged? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before he spoke. Since you know that I am the Demon King, why would I do such a thing? Since you saved me, you are my benefactor, and I will definitely repay you generously. The Demon King continued to speak from beneath the stone tablet. Even so, I still don't trust you. Lu Ming spoke bluntly. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless when facing a monarch realm expert. Otherwise, he would be killed with a single slap, and that would be an injustice. There was silence beneath the stone tablet, and it seemed like the Demon King was thinking about what to say. After a short while, the voice sounded again. Lad, your bloodline should be the prison-suppressing Steel's bloodline, right? I never expected that there would actually be someone who could awaken such a bloodline in the world. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. Lad, let me tell you something. This stone tablet before you is the real hell-suppressing steel, and it's the main body of your bloodline. The Demon King's voice shook Lu Ming's heart. What? This damaged stone tablet is the real hell-suppressing steel? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly opened wide while tempestuous waves arose in his heart, and he gazed at the enormous stone tablet with disbelief. Otherwise, why do you think your bloodline can resonate with this stone tablet? It's because they are one. The Demon King continued. Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing were extremely astounded. According to legend, all bloodlines awakened by cultivators were traceable in the world, and they really existed. Some might have gone extinct during the primeval times and the ancient times, and some might even be found in the modern era. Lu Ming had thought that the hell-suppressing steel was an ancient artifact from the distant past, and he never expected that he would see its true form in the world. This made it difficult for him to calm down. According to legend, the hell-suppressing steel was a supreme divine artifact in the distant past. Later on, there was a great war and it was shattered into several pieces. The stone tablet before you is a fragment of the hell-suppressing steel. The hell-suppressing steel suppresses all things in the world. If not for this steel, how could it have suppressed this emperor? The Demon King explained to Lu Ming, his voice brimming with unparalleled confidence. Thus, as long as you control your bloodline, you can take away this hell-suppressing steel. If your bloodline can fuse with the real hell-suppressing steel, you will obtain enormous benefits, and you will also obtain a supreme divine artifact. If you can gather all the other fragments of the hell-suppressing steel in the future, you can use this treasure to dominate the world. The Demon King continued, his words full of temptation. Lu Ming was truly tempted, and his eyes burned with passion. In the end, a bloodline was only a bloodline. It could be called an illusion, possessing part of the power of a real object. It could also be called a kind of inheritance. For example, a cultivator with a true dragon bloodline could comprehend a true dragon battle skill and borrow part of the true dragon's power. The stronger they were, the more power they could display. But in the end, it was not the real body, and it could not be as powerful as the real body. But with the help of the real body, it was a different story. Lu Ming had never imagined that he would encounter the true form of the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline. Now that he had encountered it, he truly did not want to miss it. Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly. Various thoughts were running through his mind. Should he let it go or not? Chapter 1150. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be tempted, the Fiend Emperor continued, furthermore, this girl's bloodline is extremely similar to mine. If I were to come out, I can pass on all my skills to her. Given her talent, it will be easy for her to become a king in the future. She might even surpass me in the future. The Demon Emperor continued to throw out temptations that were hard to resist. The mantle of a Demon Emperor was definitely a great temptation. Lu Ming, it's all up to you. Xian Yinxing grabbed Lu Ming's hand and said, Shao Qing, I've finally found you. How could I bring you along with me? I don't care about these worldly possessions. Lu Ming grabbed Xian Yinxing's hand and was about to leave. Come back, what are you doing? Don't you trust me? Am I, Xiao Wan, the kind of person who goes back on his words? Seeing that Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing were about to leave, the Fiend Emperor panicked and shouted continuously. As soon as he said that, Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing's bodies shook violently at the same time. There was a look of disbelief in their eyes. Xiao Wan? The Emperor of Chaotic Sky, Xiao Wan? How was this possible? The two turned around and glanced at the giant boulder. You're Xiao Wan. Xian Yinqing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiao Wan was a peerless figure of the imperial Xia clan 30,000 years ago. He was also the taboo of the imperial Xia clan. He had single-handedly changed the situation of the Middle Continent, from the ancient sacred dynasty to the current state of affairs. It was all because of Xiao Wan. He had a mutated bloodline of the Xia clan, just like Xian Yinqing. However, how was it possible that someone from 30,000 years ago was still alive? That's right, I'm Xiao Wan, the Emperor of Chaotic Sky, Xiao Wan. Girl, your bloodline is very similar to mine. You must have a mutated bloodline of the Xia clan, right? Hee hee. The Demon Emperor let out a meaningful laugh. Impossible, as far as I know, a dominator can only live for 10 to 20,000 years. If you're Xiao Wan, how could you still be alive? Lu Ming shouted. Just now, when the stone steel floated up, he had clearly sensed the aura of life, and not a wisp of imprint, which meant that Xiao Wan was still alive. How could an emperor live for 30,000 years? This is all thanks to the prison-suppressing steel. It's suppressing my body and slowing down the flow of my life force by several times. 30,000 years is equivalent to 10,000 years for me. If I were to be suppressed for another 30,000 years, would really be gone. The Demon Emperor explained with a sigh. But Lu Ming's eyes were still flickering. Lu Ming, what this person said must be true. I can sense that this person is of the same bloodline as me. Our bloodlines are very similar. Xian Yinqing whispered to Lu Ming. Was the other party really Xiao Wan? The two of them still found it hard to calm down. It was said that when Xiao Wan rebelled, he fought a great battle with the royal family. The battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. Xiao Wan killed countless experts from the royal family. In the end, Xiao Wan was still defeated and killed by the royal family's experts. Could it be that Xiao Wan was not dead, but was suppressed here? Hee hee, no one in the royal family could kill me. They could only use the prison-suppressing steel to suppress me here, hoping that time would wear me down. But they did not expect that although the prison-suppressing steel suppressed me, it also slowed down the flow of my life force by several times. Kid, you and this girl from the Xia family must have been exiled here by the Xia family of the royal family. I can imagine that after what happened to me, the Xia family of the royal family must be 10 times more cautious of those with foreign bloodlines. I find it strange that they did not kill you directly. The Demon Emperor continued. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing remained silent. Do you want to be exiled to the demon realm for the rest of your life? As long as you let me out, I can take you and break out of the 9 underworlds. Don't worry, I, Xiao Wan, am a man of my word. I will repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. The Demon Emperor continued. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing were very tempted by his words. It was even more tempting than obtaining the prison-suppressing steel or the Demon Emperor's inheritance. The biggest problem they were facing now was how to get out. Obviously, Xia Qitian wanted to exile them here and trap them in the demon realm for the rest of their lives. But Lu Ming still had many things to do. De was besieging the Yin and Yang mountain. His family and friends were all there. He had to get out. Okay, I'll let you out. In the end, Lu Ming decided to take a gamble. This was the only chance now. Okay, you just need to control the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and put it away. That's all. The Demon Emperor said. Buzz. Lu Ming did not hesitate. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared, it had a strong reaction with the huge steel. It grew rapidly, vibrated, and emitted a bright light. Put it away. Lu Ming shouted. He controlled the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to put the huge steel away. Buzz. 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 The huge steel kept vibrating. The word steel on it was shining. It resonated with the word steel on the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. It was almost identical. Whether it was the strokes or the aura, it was the same. Lu Ming was sure that this was the real body of the prison-suppressing steel. It was a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel slowly floated up and rose into the air. Below, the demonic chi filled the sky. The burly figure appeared again. Vast demonic chi spread between heaven and earth. "Put it away," Lu Ming shouted. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel vibrated and flew up into the sky with a boom. But below, the demonic shadow flew up with the prison-suppressing steel and disappeared into it. A huge demonic shadow was trapped in the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. "What's going on?" Lu Ming was a little surprised. "Sigh, I've been suppressed by the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel for too long. My demonic body is almost destroyed and my demonic chi is almost exhausted. My demonic chi and the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel have almost merged into one. Even if the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel leaves the ground, it's still suppressing me. I can't escape unless my cultivation recovers to the monarch realm." The demonic emperor, Xiao Wan, sighed. "I see. Then how are you going to help us fight our way out of the abyss?" Lu Ming asked. "That's simple. You just have to merge the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel with your bloodline and put it into your spine. This fragment of the prison-suppressing steel will be under your initial control. As long as you withdraw the suppressive force, I can escape from the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. However, you can't be too far away from the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Otherwise, you'll still be suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel," Xiao Wan explained. Lu Ming nodded. He started to control the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and merged it with the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. After a while, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline merged with the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. At this time, the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel shrunk rapidly and merged with the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. One could clearly see that the lower part of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was shining brightly as if it was real. It occupied about 1/3 of the area, while the upper 2/3 still looked unreal. This was the real fragment of the prison-suppressing steel, there was no mistake. Withdraw. Chapter 1151. Following this, Lu Ming summoned the prison-suppressing steel bloodline again. "If I use the bloodline fusion now and turn into the prison-suppressing steel, its power will be shocking." Lu Ming's heart stirred. He could sense a vast power emanating from the prison-suppressing monument's bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline's grade didn't increase. It was still at the 7th level of the divine grade, but Lu Ming could feel that its power was shocking. If he used the bloodline fusion, it would be as powerful as a 9th level divine grade bloodline. My cultivation is still too weak. I can't fully unleash the power of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. As my cultivation increases, I'll be able to unleash even more power. Lu Ming had many thoughts and a smile appeared on his face. This way, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline fusion would become his strongest trump card. I wonder if the prison-suppressing heaven skill will be more powerful? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He could see that Xiao Wan's figure was still at the bottom of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming's consciousness sank into the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and adjusted the suppressing power of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline towards Xiao Wan. Wang! The prison-suppressing steel shook and Xiao Wan's figure stepped out of the prison-suppressing steel and appeared in the air. Boom! A vast demonic aura burst out and pierced through the clouds. "Ha ha ha, I'm finally out." Xiao Wan laughed. His long hair was loose and his eyebrows were sharp. One could tell that he was a handsome man when he was young. But now, he seemed to have gone mad. Lu Ming could understand. After being suppressed for 30,000 years, it was already good enough that he didn't go mad. After a while, Xiao Wan finally calmed down. He looked at Lu Ming and Enchanting and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you out." A surge of demonic energy swept Lu Ming and Enchanting. Xiao Wan stepped out and appeared outside the demonic steel mountain. Many demonic temple clansmen looked at them in shock. "I happen to have some tonics that can help me recover some of my strength," said Xiao Wan coldly. In the next instant, a terrifying demonic chi exploded from Xiao Wan's body and enveloped all of the demon Sha clan. Not good, let's go. Ah, save me. Shrill screams could be heard from the demonic aura. Lu Ming saw many 5th level and 6th level spirit gods of the Ma Sha clan being unable to put up any resistance. They turned into ashes one after another, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan's body was like a bottomless abyss that constantly absorbed the energy. The Ma Sha clansmen at the 7th level of the spirit god realm were still able to resist for a while, but as Xiao Wan took a step forward, they exploded in the air and turned into energy that was absorbed by Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan's skin kept wriggling, and his aura also became a little stronger. It's a pity that these Demon Temple clan members are too weak. My immortal demon body has only recovered a little. It's still far from my peak. Xiao Wan sighed. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were secretly shocked. Xiao Wan was indeed the demon emperor that shook the world. He was really terrifying. After being suppressed for 30,000 years, he had just come out and his strength was already very shocking. We can't stay here for long. I'm afraid that the Imperial Xia clan will soon find out. Now, let's kill our way out. Xiao Wan's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He wrapped Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing with his demonic chi and stepped out. His speed was terrifyingly fast as he rushed towards the exit of the demon realm. In just a short moment, they had crossed an unknown distance. The city that was the exit of the demon realm was already in sight. Above the city, there was a light shield that enveloped the entire city. Looking from the sky, there were experts guarding the city. In an instant, Xiao Wan appeared above the city with Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and slapped down with his palm. A terrifying palm print bombarded the light shield. The light shield shook violently and a hole was blasted open. Xiao Wan took a step forward and rushed in. Who's there? Shit, a devil has intruded. Numerous loud roars resounded in the city as numerous powerful auras rose up and charged towards Xiao Wan. So many experts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked when he sensed the aura. Those auras were extremely powerful, overbearing, and terrifying. Many of them were existences at the 5th or 6th level of the spirit god realm. There were even quite a few existences at the 7th level of the spirit god realm and above. Become my tonics. Xiao Wan's eyes were icy cold as he blasted out with his palm. A group of spirit god realm experts were blasted apart and transformed into surging energy that surged into Xiao Wan's body. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Shrill cries resounded incessantly as experts were killed one after another. Shit, he's too strong. Those experts turned pale with fright and retreated madly. You're courting death. At this moment, a few terrifying auras rose up from the depths of the city, and a few figures instantly appeared in front of them. They're so strong. They've surpassed the 8th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The few people that appeared later were absolutely terrifying. Their auras were so strong that they were at the 8th level of the spirit god realm and above. 2 of their auras were vast and unfathomable. 2 9th level spirit gods and 2 perfection stage spirit gods. Hee hee. Xiao Wan sneered as he charged over. Boundless devil chi condensed into a saber that slashed towards them. The other party erupted with powerful combat strength as well, and terrifying attacks rained down towards Xiao Wan. The entire city shook and emitted dazzling light as numerous grand formations were activated. If it wasn't for these grand formations, the city would have been blasted apart. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded as a 9th level spirit god realm expert's head was chopped off by Xiao Wan. After that, his spirit god flew out and was swept by devil chi before being absorbed by Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan's aura grew even stronger. The expressions of the remaining 3 people changed drastically. They actually didn't dare block Xiao Wan's attack and retreated with extreme speed. Xiao Wan didn't pursue them and charged towards the exit with Lu Ming and Xiao Wan. Where do you think you're going? A vast voice resounded as an enormous palm print condensed into form in the sky. It was as large as a mountain and suffused with a profound aura. That aura was much stronger than the concept of heaven and earth. A prime. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A prime had made a move. A prime was actually considered a perfection stage spirit god, but a prime was already half a step into the martial emperor realm and had some of the power of a martial emperor. His combat strength was much stronger than other perfection stage spirit gods. Xiao Wan's face turned solemn as a prime made a move. The devil saber in his hand emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Luan Tian, devil saber. Xiao Wan slashed out with his saber, and the sky was split into two halves. The terrifying black saber light slashed onto the enormous palm. Boom! A shocking explosion resounded as the enormous palm was split apart by the devil saber. However, Xiao Wan's figure also retreated rapidly. A white-haired old man stepped out in front of him. The aura of a prime was clearly displayed from his body. What kind of demonic being dares to barge into this place? The white-haired old man spoke, but he was stunned before he could finish his sentence. His eyes widened as he stared at Xiao Wan. His eyes were filled with extreme fear, shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 1152. White-haired sovereign was completely stunned when he saw Xiao Wan. He widened his eyes in shock and forgot to attack. Xiao Wan took the opportunity to lead Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing to the exit. Several experts tried to stop them, but they were all slapped away by Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan led Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing into the light gate and disappeared. White-haired sovereign only came back to his senses when he saw Xiao Wan and Lu Ming disappear. Sovereign, who is that man? Why is he so powerful? An expert flew to white-haired sovereign and asked. They were puzzled. White-haired sovereign could have stopped Xiao Wan, but he stopped at the critical moment. I have seen a portrait of this man. He is the divine lord of Luan Tian, Xiao Wan. White-haired sovereign said solemnly. What? The others widened their eyes in disbelief. Go after him. White-haired sovereign shouted and chased after Xiao Wan. The surroundings shook, and Lu Ming and the others appeared from another light gate. This light gate was the entrance to the holy city. Kill! Xiao Wan charged upward as soon as he appeared. Demonic chi billowed as he broke through all the barriers at the entrance. Xiao Wan broke through all the barriers and finally rushed out of the ground and into the sky. Rip! Xiao Wan tore the space apart and led Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing into the space crack and disappeared. At this moment, Xia Qitian, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the holy city, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. What a strong demonic chi and demonic power. This is the entrance to the 9 underworlds. Did something happen there? Xia Qitian murmured. He then got up and took a step forward. The space cracked automatically and his figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the entrance to the 9 underworlds. At that moment, the white-haired utmost exalted was rushing out in a hurry. He just so happened to run into Xia Qitian. Sacred Emperor, something bad has happened. White-haired sovereign said in a panic. What's the matter? Xia Qitian frowned. He had a bad premonition. What could make a supreme martial artist so flustered? Holy Emperor, it's Xiao Wan. I saw Xiao Wan. The white-haired paragon said. What? Xia Qitian's eyes widened, and he looked horrified. What did you say? You said that the person who rushed out of the 9 underworlds was Xiao Wan, the divine lord of chaotic skies? Xia Qitian asked several times, which showed how terrified he was. They look exactly the same. I don't know if it's real or not. The white-haired paragon said. Let's go and take a look. Even though Xia Qitian was a saint emperor and would not change his expression in the face of trouble, after hearing that it was Xiao Wan, he lost his sense of propriety and became extremely anxious. Xiao Wan was a taboo in the imperial Xia family. Back then, the imperial Xia family dominated the central continent and even the divine wilderness continent. They were extremely prosperous and had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. However, because of Xiao Wan, their strength had plummeted and their strength had declined greatly. Now, if Xiao Wan really appeared, with the current strength of the imperial family, how could they fight against him? Xia Qitian hurriedly entered the 9 underworlds and tore the space apart. Soon, he arrived at the Demon's Steel Mountain. Standing in the air above the Demon's Steel Mountain and looking at the empty Demon's Steel Mountain, Xia Qitian's body emitted a terrifying aura. 30,000 years. How could he still be alive after 30,000 years? Xia Qitian muttered to himself. Whoosh! Whoosh! The space fluctuated, and 2 old men appeared beside Xia Qitian. Their vast rulers might fill the air. Near the Demon's Steel Mountain, there were some scattered Demon Sha clan experts. When they felt the terrifying aura in the sky, they all fled for their lives. The Demon's Steel that suppressed Xiao Wan is gone. Could it be that Xiao Wan is still alive? How could he be alive after 30,000 years? An old divine lord said with a trembling voice. There was a trace of shock in his voice. They knew about the strange phenomenon on the Demon's Steel Mountain before, but they did not pay much attention to it. They thought that it was just a trace of Xiao Wan's remaining demonic consciousness. After all, how could an emperor live for 30,000 years without dying? It seemed to go against the rules of heaven and earth. They did not know that the steel that suppressed Xiao Wan was the prison-suppressing steel. They also did not know that the prison-suppressing steel had slowed down the speed of Xiao Wan's life. Xiao Wan is simply heaven-defying. He can't be judged by common sense. Moreover, the guards said that he brought Lu Ming and Nianqing with him. This must be related to them. Xia Qitian said. His voice was filled with coldness. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? An old divine lord asked. Even if Xiao Wan is still alive, he can't be unharmed after being suppressed for 30,000 years. He must have lost a lot of his vitality and strength. Otherwise, with Xiao Wan's personality, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to escape. Please use the Tianji apparatus and lock onto Xiao Wan, lock onto Lu Ming's location. At the same time, spread the message to all overlord forces to kill Lu Ming. Those who succeed will be rewarded with a tribulation heavenly treasure. At this moment, Xia Qitian had regained his composure and regained the demeanor of a divine lord. At first, he wanted to say Xiao Wan, but then he changed his tone and said Lu Ming. He had a vague feeling that this matter must have something to do with Lu Ming. In the past, Xia Nianqing had been in the 9 underworlds for so long, and nothing had happened. However, Lu Ming had only been in there for a short while, and such a big mess had happened. He didn't believe that it was a coincidence. Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 old divine lords bowed. Xiao Wan took Lu Ming and Xia Nianqing and tore through space. After 7 or 8 times, Xiao Wan stopped. His breath was weak. I've been suppressed for 30,000 years, and my vitality is greatly damaged. My devil body almost collapsed, and I don't have much strength left. The supplements I absorbed before were too weak, and now they're almost used up. I can't help you anymore. Xiao Wan sighed. Senior, how can you recover? Lu Ming asked. I need supplements. I can naturally recover by killing experts. If I can kill a divine lord, I might be able to recover my strength. Xiao Wan smiled. Lu Ming was speechless. Kill a divine lord? Forget it. He didn't want to die. Of course, there are other ways. Although I was suppressed back then, I still have a backup plan. Take me to the border between the Central Continent and the East Continent. I have a backup plan there. If I can recover some of my strength when I get there, I will be able to protect myself by then. Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming nodded. It was normal for someone like Xiao Wan to have a backup plan. Then, Xiao Wan told Lu Ming an address, and turned into a beam of light. He disappeared from Lu Ming's spine and entered the fragments of the prison-suppressing steel. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xia Nianqing looked at each other and flew toward the east. But not long after, the two suddenly stopped. Chapter 1153. Oh no, is this the divine secret apparatus? Xianyinxing cried out in alarm, bewildered. Divine secret apparatus? What's that? Lu Ming looked at the ball of light above his head and frowned. How was he going to travel with such a big ball of light above his head? At this time, Xia Qitian's figure reappeared. He looked at the sky and sighed. Sure enough, the imperial family used the divine secret apparatus. Senior, what's the divine secret apparatus? Lu Ming asked. You should know about the divine secret chamber of commerce, right? Xia Qitian said. Lu Ming nodded and said, it said that the divine secret chamber of commerce is controlled by the imperial Xia family. That's right, the divine secret chamber of commerce was established by the imperial Xia family. Their purpose is to obtain information from all over the world. They use the divine secret apparatus to gain insight into many things that others don't know. At the same time, the divine secret apparatus has another function, which is to pursue and capture. As long as they can grasp someone's aura and activate the divine secret apparatus, they can condense a projection of the divine secret apparatus above that person's head and find that person's location. Now, the imperial family has activated the divine secret apparatus. The divine secret apparatus's projection will emit a kind of divine secret force field. As long as an inscriber refines a disk array that can sense the divine secret force field, they can sense the approximate location of the divine secret apparatus's projection and lock onto your location. I'm afraid it won't be long before you are found. Xiao Wan said. Is it really that magical? Lu Ming frowned. He channeled the true yuan in his body and threw out a few punches. A few fist auras soared into the sky and pierced through space, but they were completely useless against the projection of the heavenly secrets apparatus. They simply passed through the projection. It's useless. The divine secret apparatus's projection can't be destroyed. Unless the other party stops the divine secret apparatus, the divine secret apparatus's projection will always be there. Xiao Wan said. I don't believe it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He formed a seal with his hands and two light gates appeared in the sky. The Divine Gate 9 Seals Sealing Gate. The two light gates landed on both sides of the divine secret apparatus's projection, emitting a bright light. Under the light of the sealing gate, the divine secret apparatus's projection dimmed and slowly shrunk. This is 9 seals of the divine gate? Xiao Wan's eyes. Bang! Bang! In the sky, the projection of the celestial secrets apparatus that was about to dim suddenly shone brightly, and the two sealed doors exploded. The 9 seals of the divine gate are useless. Lu Ming frowned. I didn't expect you to have mastered the divine gate 9 seals. This is the ultimate technique of the sky sealing sovereign. With the divine gate 9 seals, you should be able to seal the divine secret instrument's projection for a period of time. However, your cultivation is too weak, so you can't seal it. How about this? Teach me the divine gate 9 seals. Once I comprehend it, I'll be able to seal the divine secret instrument's projection for a period of time and buy us some time. Xiao Wan suggested. All right. Lu Ming agreed without a second thought. It was just a secret technique. So what if he taught it to Xiao Wan? As long as it could solve their current predicament. At that moment, Lu Ming gave the jade talisman that recorded the 9 seals to Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be so decisive. This kid will definitely be a top figure in the future. Xiao Wan thought to himself. Alright, keep flying east. As long as you keep moving, it'll make it harder for the other party to find you. Xiao Wan said. With that, Xiao Wan entered the fragments of the prison-suppressing steel. Little Qing, you enter the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming looked at Xianyinxing. Xianyinxing nodded. She also understood that it would be easier for Lu Ming to move alone. With a flash of light, Xianyinxing entered the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued flying toward the east. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to travel. He was as fast as a flash of light. Moreover, Lu Ming specifically flew in remote directions. On this day, the entire Middle Continent was shaken. The royal Xia family sent a message to all the major forces in the world. Not only the overlords, but also the second-tier forces sent a message. The royal family activated the heavenly secret instrument and condensed a heavenly secret projection on Lu Ming's body. They called on all major forces to kill Lu Ming. The royal family would reward those who killed Lu Ming with a tribulation transcendence heavenly treasure. As soon as the news came out, Middle Continent was in an uproar. The royal family activated the divine secret instrument, and their target was Lu Ming. If they remembered correctly, didn't Lu Ming enter the abyss after the million-year sacrifice? Many people who knew the inside story knew that the score Xia Qitian set for Lu Ming was to lock him up for the rest of his life. It was impossible for him to reach that score. But now, the royal family activated the divine secret instrument to kill Lu Ming. How did Lu Ming escape? Most importantly, the treasure rewarded by the royal family was a heavenly treasure. This shocked all the major forces, regardless of whether they were overlords or second-tier forces. Then, they became greedy. The royal Xia family was actually willing to give out a heavenly treasure? As the name suggested, a heavenly treasure could help a martial artist transcend the tribulation. A martial artist would face many tribulations along the way. Putting other tribulations aside, just the heavenly tribulations alone were not few. There would be a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the martial king realm. There would be a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the spirit god realm. There would also be a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the emperor realm. There were many tribulations, and each one was more terrifying than the last. How many people could survive them? On the other hand, a heavenly treasure could help one transcend the tribulation. It could be used regardless of one's cultivation level. Using a heavenly treasure to break through to the martial king realm could be said to have a 100% success rate. Breaking through to the spirit god realm could also increase the success rate by 50%. Breaking through to the emperor realm could also increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation. How tempting was that? Which force? Which expert wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, a heavenly treasure could be used repeatedly. Once one person used it, another person could use it too. It was too important for a major force. How many experts could it increase? The most fatal temptation was for the supreme martial artists. The next step for supremes was to break through to the monarch realm. A heavenly treasure to transcend the tribulation was a fatal temptation to them. Immediately, the overlord forces and second-tier forces refined formation discs that could sense the heavenly secret force field to sense Lu Ming's location. Lu Ming flew all the way. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. He didn't know how far he had flown. There was a projection of the heavenly secret instrument above his head, so he naturally couldn't take the teleportation formation. He could only rely on himself to fly. Oh no, Lu Ming, there's a powerful existence approaching from the north. It's a perfection stage spirit god. Suddenly, Xiao Wan's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. A perfection stage spirit god? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. With his current cultivation, he would only die if he encountered a perfection stage spirit god. He wouldn't have the slightest chance of resisting. I'll take you away. Xiao Wan's figure appeared, and he used his remaining strength to tear open space. He took Lu Ming into space and disappeared. Chapter 1154. Somewhere far away, the space cracked open and Xiao Wan stepped out of the crack with Lu Ming. At this moment, the demonic chi on Xiao Wan's body had dimmed. Lu Ming, I've done my best and exhausted the last of my strength. I can't tear the space apart anymore. It's up to you now. Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming nodded and frowned slightly. He was thinking of finding a place to hide in the mountain river diagram and wait for Xiao Wan to complete the divine gate 9 seals. He didn't believe that the divine secret instrument's projection could still appear in the mountain river diagram. At this moment, Xiao Wan's gaze flickered. He looked in one direction and sneered. I didn't expect that even some 5th and 6th level spirit gods would join in the fun. Lu Ming, you should have no problem dealing with 5th and 6th level spirit gods, right? Get me some tonics. After saying that, Xiao Wan entered Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming stood in the air and waited quietly. Swoosh. Swoosh. Not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Rays of sword light pierced through the void and flew towards him. In a flash, the 5 rays of sword light dissipated and 5 figures stood around Lu Ming, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. There were old men and middle-aged men among the 5 figures, but they all wore the same white robe and carried a long sword on their back. The Sky Martial Sword Sect. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of cold killing intent. Among the 5, there were 2 6th-level Spirit God Realm and 3 5th-level Spirit God Realm. They were all from the Sky Martial Sword Sect. Lu Ming knew that this territory was most likely the Sky Martial Sword Sect's territory. Otherwise, how could he encounter 5 people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect at once? Ha ha ha, we're the first to find it. What great luck. A middle-aged man laughed loudly. His aura was violent and his 6th-level Spirit God Realm aura was revealed. His eyes were filled with blazing flames as he looked at Lu Ming. If he killed Lu Ming, he would get a Tribulation Transcendence heavenly treasure. At the thought of this, his heart trembled with excitement. Although this person is young, he can't be underestimated. I heard that in the Holy City, this person displayed a terrifying battle prowess that was second only to Long Chen. An old man at the 5th level of the Spirit God Realm spoke with a slightly solemn expression. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong he is, he's only at the 3rd level of the Spirit God Realm. We have 2 6th-level Spirit Gods and 3 5th-level Spirit Gods here. Can he still overturn the heavens? The robust middle-aged man from before said confidently. Are you done with your nonsense? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke out coldly, causing the 5 men from the Celestial Martial Sword Sect to be stunned as they looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. If you're done with your nonsense, I'll send you on your way. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming's aura erupted, 8 strands of dragon force instantly erupted from his body. He took a step forward and charged towards a 5th-layer Spirit God expert, striking out with his palm. Rip. This palm strike was terrifyingly powerful. The space under the palm shattered like tofu. The terrifying aura completely enveloped the opponent. That man's eyes widened as he revealed a terrified expression. However, he didn't even have the chance to scream before he was torn apart by Lu Ming's terrifying power. Blood splattered across the sky. Damn it. You're courting death. How dare you sneak attack us? The other 4 men were slightly stunned. Then, they roared and unsheathed their battle swords. A vast sword aura soared into the sky. Kill. Lu Ming roared as the 3rd bloodline appeared above his head. A strand of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was covered in a bloody light as his killing intent swept out like a tide. A drop of blood turned into a bloody battle sword. Lu Ming held it in his hand and slashed out. Whoosh! A bloody light flashed and slashed towards the 6th-layer Spirit God middle-aged man. Shrouded by the endless murderous intent, the middle-aged burly man shuddered. His eyes were filled with horror. He tried his best to slash with his sword, but the sword gleam collapsed under Lu Ming's blood-colored sword gleam. The blood-colored sword gleam slashed the middle-aged burly man's glabella. Poochie. The middle-aged man was directly slashed into 2. Even the Spirit God didn't escape. The remaining 3 men were terrified when they saw this scene, and they were almost scared out of their wits. How could Lu Ming be so terrifying? A 6th-layer Spirit God expert was killed with a single sword strike. There was an entire 3 layers of difference between them. Flee! 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 At this moment, they only had a single thought in their hearts, and that was to flee. The further they fled, the better. This was a god of death. The 3 of them transformed into 3 sword lights and fled in 3 different directions with all their might. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to charge towards a 5th-layer spirit god expert. He caught up to this person in an instant and slashed out with his sword. This person let out a roar of despair and resisted with all his might. However, it was useless. The sword light descended and destroyed everything. Pooh! Blood splattered as a head flew off into the distance. At the same time, sword chi overflowed and minced this person's spirit god. With such a delay, the other 2 had already flown a long distance away. Don't even think about leaving. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand, and the bloody sword in his hand transformed into a bloody light that charged towards a 5th-layer spirit god expert with extreme speed. On the other hand, Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and chased after the remaining 6th-layer spirit god expert. Lu Ming's figure was like a flowing light, and he caught up to his opponent in just a few breaths of time. Lu Ming, you've killed us. You'll die as well. The exalts of my Sky Martial Sword sect have already moved out. You can't escape. This person roared, and his eyes were filled with despair. He executed the bloodline fusion and transformed into a sword, wanting to fight to the death. Even if he died, he wanted to make Lu Ming pay a price. Unfortunately, his thoughts were destined to fail. Lu Ming executed the hell-suppressing heaven art and struck out with his palm. Ever since the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline had merged with a section of the real hell-suppressing steel, the power of the hell-suppressing heaven art had clearly increased when he executed it. Using the same amount of true yuan and the same level of the hell-suppressing heaven art, the power was much stronger than before. Coupled with the eruption of 8 dragon energies, Lu Ming's strength was truly terrifying at this moment. He was much stronger than when he fought the various geniuses in the holy city. If he were to fight the underworld child now, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat him in a few moves. Boom! The palm suppressed everything as if it possessed boundless power. It pressed down on the sky and chopped down on the sword that this person had transformed into. Under the palm, the sword was shattered into pieces, and the underworld child returned to his human form and coughed up blood. Under the second palm, the underworld child's body was torn apart. Whoosh! A blood-colored sword light flew over and floated above Lu Ming's head again, turning into a drop of blood. Clearly, the 5th-level spirit god cultivator was also killed by the blood-colored sword. The 5 Sky Martial Sword sect experts were all killed. Demonic chi spread out as Xiao Wan's figure appeared. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise and said, "Your battle strength is not bad. I didn't expect that a genius like you would be born after 30,000 years. If you were in the same era as me, you could be my opponent." Lu Ming's battle strength surprised Xiao Wan. Chapter 1155. Senior, you're flattering me. Lu Ming said. There's no need to be humble. These people will become my nourishment. They can at least help me recover some of my strength. Xiao Wan laughed and turned into a cloud of demonic chi, which wrapped around the bodies of the Tianwu sword sex experts that Lu Ming had killed and absorbed them all. Xiao Wan had practiced some kind of cultivation technique that was extremely overbearing. It could directly absorb a cultivator's essence and turn it into his own essence. It was comparable to the devouring power of the 9 dragons. Of course, Xiao Wan's cultivation was unfathomable. He was considered an expert even among the emperors, so it was normal for him to have various means. Following this, Xiao Wan did the same thing and absorbed the remaining 4 cultivators. The demonic chi on Xiao Wan's body wriggled and his aura became stronger. 5th and 6th layer spirit gods are too weak. They can only recover a little, but it's better than nothing. Lu Ming, there's a 7th layer spirit god coming from the east. They're good nourishment. Xiao Wan laughed coldly. Although Xiao Wan's aura was weak and his strength was far from his peak, his spiritual sense was still terrifying. It was at the level of a martial emperor, so he could sense the situation from far away. Therefore, he could sense the enemy in advance. 7th layer spirit god? Then let's kill them. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He guessed that the Imperial Xia clan must have promised a valuable reward. Otherwise, Why would these people who were not from the Imperial Xia clan be so eager to kill him? However, if they wanted to kill him, they would have to be prepared to be killed instead. Lu Ming took a step forward and headed east. At this moment, in the east of Lu Ming, there were two burly men in their 50s or 60s who were flying toward Lu Ming. Both of them were wearing white robes and carrying battle swords on their backs. It was obvious that they were the experts of the Tianwu sword sect. One of them was holding a formation plate in his hand. There was a flickering light on the formation plate not far from them. We're almost there. Lu Ming is over there. He's not dead yet. Huh, looks like we're the first ones to find him. The two of them smiled at each other, their eyes burning with passion. Why is he coming toward us? Suddenly, one of them spoke. They realized that the light on the formation plate was rapidly approaching them. He's courting death. He doesn't know we're here. It seems like God's helping us. The other person laughed. Aware of Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan's matter was too serious. The royal Xia family did not divulge the news. Only a few people in the royal Xia family knew about it. The royal Xia family only told Lu Ming to the public. The two of them chatted as they flew. Not long after, a black-robed young man arrived in front of them. The gazes of the three men collided. However, to the surprise of the two Tianwu sword sect powerhouses, Lu Ming did not seem surprised to see them. Instead, there was a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. To be. He shook his head and threw the bad premonition out of his mind. Xiao Wan was only a junior at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. No matter how strong and heaven-defying he was, how could he surmount 4 levels of cultivation to fight them who were at the 7th level of the spirit god realm? They'd lived for a few thousand years, yet they'd never heard of a genius that could surmount 4 levels of cultivation to battle a 7th level spirit god at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. How could anyone that could attain the 7th level of the spirit god realm be weak? All of them were extremely formidable existences, and all of them were geniuses when they were young. They felt that they were overthinking things. Let's attack together and kill him. At that time, we'll split the rewards equally. One of them spoke. Even though they felt that it was impossible for Lu Ming to be a match for them, they decided to attack together and end the battle quickly so as to avoid any mishaps. All right. The other person nodded as well. Clang. 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 Their swords droned while sword chi tore through the sky and stirred the wind and clouds. Both of them strode forward at the same time and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll leave one to you and the other to me. Xiao Wan appeared and transformed into a strand of devilish chi that swept towards one of them. Kill. Without any superfluous words, Lu Ming charged towards one of them. His palm was like a heavenly blade as he executed the hell suppression heaven art and pressed down. Clang. His palm collided heavily with the opponent's sword, and a terrifying rumble resounded. A ripple effused out at a terrifying speed from the place where the palm and sword collided. A few hundred kilometers away, a mountain that towered into the clouds was swept by the ripple, and it was directly severed at the waist. Shattered rocks shot through the sky while dust and dirt suffused the air. Bang! 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 A figure took 3 steps back successively after the collision. It was an expert from the Sky Martial Sword sect. He took a step back, whereas Lu Ming's figure merely swayed slightly. How could this be possible? The expert from the Sky Martial Sword sect opened his eyes wide, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was actually blasted back by a single palm strike from Lu Ming in a head-on collision. How could this be possible? He clearly noticed that Lu Ming was indeed at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. A 3rd level spirit god had actually blasted a 7th level spirit god like him back by 3 steps. This was too terrifying. This lad is too monstrous. Kill him, I must kill him. The expert from the Sky Martial Sword sect roared in his heart. He circulated his true origin to the extreme, and at the same time, he executed bloodline fusion to form a sword and unleashed his strongest combat strength. This lad had a 5th-level divine bloodline. Roar! A dragon roar resounded, and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming also unleashed his 9 dragons' bloodline and executed bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons roared as they stepped into the air and pounced towards the opponent. Bang! Bang! The dragon claws smashed through the air and clashed with the sword continuously. However, the sword was completely at a disadvantage and was no match for the 9 dragons. Back then, when Lu Ming had just entered the abysmal demon realm, he had to borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline in order to kill the strong cultivator of the Xia family, who was at the 7th level of the spirit god realm. But now, Lu Ming didn't need to overload the 3rd level spirit god's power to suppress the opponent. After more than 10 moves, the sword was completely suppressed. It was constantly being bombarded by the 9 dragons, and it was constantly trembling and trembling. Every move of the 9 dragons contained the suppressing hell-heaven art, and it was too powerful. Every move seemed to have a heavenly monolith pressing down on him. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. It was the scream of another expert from the Sky Martial Sword sect. He was killed by Xiao Wan and was wrapped in a ball of demonic qi. This made the expert who was fighting with Lu Ming tremble in his heart, and fear filled his heart. His heart was in a mess, and his strength was even weaker. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to bombard the sword with several moves. With a bang, the sword exploded, and the expert revealed his true form. His face was pale, and he spat out blood. He quickly retreated, wanting to escape. The 9 dragons stepped into the air, and their speed was terrifying as they chased after the opponent and launched continuous attacks. Chapter 1156. Now, Lu Ming could kill a 7th-level spirit god expert by himself. Of course, there was a difference in the strength of the 7th level of the spirit god realm. This person was considered ordinary among the 7th level of the spirit god realm. If he had awakened a bloodline at the 6th level of the divine realm or even a 7th level of the divine realm, or if his mastery of a low-grade divine realm martial skill was higher, he wouldn't have been so easy to kill. As soon as this person was killed by Lu Ming, Xiao Wan's demonic qi flew over and enveloped this person. In just a few breaths of time, not even a speck of this person was left. Lu Ming secretly felt pity. If he had devoured a few 7th-level spirit gods, his cultivation would have improved rapidly. However, Xiao Wan's recovery was the key. If Xiao Wan's cultivation recovered completely, no, he didn't need to recover completely. As long as he recovered to the level of an ordinary Emperor Realm expert, their safety would be guaranteed. Lu Ming, another powerful expert, is here. This time, it's a perfected spirit god. We can't deal with him. Let's find a place to hide first. We'll come out after I've cultivated the Divine Gate 9 seals. Xiao Wan sensed for a moment and said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and turned towards the south. He executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Not long after Lu Ming left, an extremely powerful aura appeared at the place where the battle had taken place. This person sensed carefully and frowned as he muttered, Junior Brother Wan and the others' auras are here. But judging from the remnant auras, they should have fallen. Lu Ming actually has such a powerful method to kill a 7th-level spirit god? This person muttered to himself and then looked towards the south. A fiery light flashed in his eyes as he chased towards the south. Lu Ming flew for more than 100,000 miles and saw a huge lake. He dashed into it and a long spear appeared in his hands. The long spear spun and pierced through the mud and rocks at the bottom of the lake, heading underground. At the same time, under the cover of Lu Ming's Earth concept, the speed at which Lu Ming penetrated the rocks underground was extremely fast. In a short while, he had penetrated 100 miles underground. At the same time, the rocks behind him merged together again as if no one had passed through. This heavenly secret instrument's projection is really amazing. It can still merge deep underground. Lu Ming frowned as he looked at the heavenly secret instrument's projection above his head and continued to rush underground. After a few breaths, he went down another 100 miles. Then, with a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the mountain and river diagram. Once he entered the diagram, Lu Ming, he looked up, he let out a long breath. The projection above his head, the Heavenly Secret Instruments projection, was finally isolated. The mountain and river diagram was indeed a legendary heavenly abode treasure. It seemed to be of a higher level than the Xia family's Heavenly Secret Instrument. It had successfully blocked the projection of the Heavenly Secret Instrument. Deep underground, the Heavenly Secret Art. The Heavenly Secret Instrument Spirit Xia Instrument, but the Light Heavenly Secret Instrument, the Spirit of the Heavenly Divine Soul Instrument Dao Ming Xia. Heavenly Spirit God Instrument Heavens as Instrument Heavenly Chi's Instrument. Heavens, why did the disc array lose its connection to the Divine Secret Instrument? That shouldn't be the case. The Celestial Fate Apparatus is the most mysterious treasure of the Xia clan. Even if it's hidden underground, it should still be able to sense it. Could it be that the Xia clan has suddenly stopped operating it? The man frowned, and all sorts of thoughts appeared in his mind as he looked around. In the mountain river diagram, Xia Nianqing sat cross-legged under the tree of enlightenment and cultivated quietly. Lu Ming came to Xia Nianqing's side. Enlightenment ancient tree? You even have an enlightenment ancient tree? Xiao Wan's figure appeared. Looking at the tree of enlightenment with 3 leaves, he was shocked. The mountain and river diagram, the tree of enlightenment, both of them were legendary treasures, yet Lu Ming had both of them. Even the chaotic demon emperor was shocked. Although Xiao Wan was incomparably powerful back then and his name shook the world, he did not possess such a treasure. They were all obtained in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming casually found an excuse. What he said was half true. The mountain and river diagram was indeed obtained in the Battle of Providence, but the Tree of Enlightenment was not. It was spewed out from the Divine Gate. Kid, you're really lucky. Many people have participated in the Battle of Providence. I also participated in it back then, but I've never heard of anyone who could obtain such a treasure. Xiao Wan said, his eyes still filled with surprise. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. Alright, I'll start comprehending the Divine Gate's 9 seals now. With the help of your Tree of Enlightenment, I'll definitely be able to cultivate faster. With that, Xiao Wan also sat cross-legged under the Tree of Enlightenment. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged at the side, quietly comprehending the concept. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At this time, Xiao Wan ended his cultivation. Lu Ming also sensed it and ended his cultivation. He said, Senior, are you done cultivating? Xiao Wan nodded and said, the initial cultivation was successful, but it will still take some time to cultivate to greater mastery. The Divine Gate's 9 seals is indeed mysterious. Now go out, I'll help you seal it and try. Lu Ming nodded and with a thought, he came out of the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he came out of the mountain and river diagram, the Divine Secret Instruments projection condensed above his head again. Divine Gate's 9 seals, seal. Xiao Wan's hands continuously formed seals. In the next moment, sealing doors appeared around Lu Ming. There were a total of 4 sealing doors in 4 directions, appearing in the 4 directions of the Divine Secret Instruments projection. The light was resplendent, enveloping the Divine Secret Instruments projection within. Seal. Xiao Wan shouted again, and the power of the seal erupted. The 4 light doors pressed down and finally gathered together to form a light door. The Divine Secret Instruments projection also disappeared without a trace. Hide. Xiao Wan groaned once again. The remaining light door shuddered violently and disappeared too. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. As expected of Xiao Wan, a top-tier martial dominator realm expert. His comprehension was too outstanding. Previously, Lu Ming had spent 3 days to barely succeed in forming a single sealing door. On the other hand, Xiao Wan had only spent 3 days to form 4 sealing doors, and he was able to use them more skillfully than Lu Ming. The higher one's cultivation was, the deeper one's understanding of martial arts would be, allowing them to learn various secret techniques and martial skills at a faster pace. Lu Ming, given my current cultivation level, the gate of sealing that I cast can only seal you for 3 hours. After 3 hours, the heavenly secret instrument's projection will break through the seal. By then, you will have to seal it again. Xiao Wan said. 3 hours, that's enough. Lu Ming let out a smile. His appearance began to change, and even his aura began to change too. Following this, he dashed toward the ground. Within a certain distance from Lu Ming, many experts were searching for Lu Ming. Previously, there was news that Lu Ming had appeared here. Naturally, it attracted many powerful figures. Apart from the experts of the Tianwu sword sect, there were also experts from the Royal Xia clan, and even experts from other factions such as the Cold Blood Hall and the Heavenly Eagle Fortress. Chapter 1157. What's going on? The celestial secret instrument is still working, but it can't sense Lu Ming's celestial secret instrument projection? What kind of treasure does this guy have to block the projection of the heavenly fate apparatus? Ordinary treasures with internal dimensions can't block the projection at all. Does Lu Ming have something more advanced than the celestial secret instrument? Some people guessed, and the greed in their eyes burned even hotter. If they killed Lu Ming, not only would they be rewarded with a priceless tribulation transcendence heavenly treasure from the royal family, but they would also be able to obtain the treasures on Lu Ming's body. This made everyone's hearts burn with excitement. There's a reaction. The formation plate is reacting. Suddenly, someone shouted. There's really a reaction. The projection of the celestial secret instrument has reappeared. Lu Ming has appeared. He's still in this area. He's tens of thousands of miles to the south. Let's go. Sensing the reaction of the formation plates in their hands, they rushed to the south. But after a few breaths, they all stopped. What's going on? The formation plate's reaction has disappeared again. What's going on? Damn it. At this moment, their formation plates had lost connection with the projection of the celestial secret instrument. Whatever, he's in the south anyway. Many powerhouses flew in the direction that they had sensed earlier. Very soon, many people appeared near the lake where Lu Ming had been sent underground. They began to search for him. So many people have come. The Imperial Xia family, the Sky Martial Sword sect, the Cold Blood Hall, the Ji family. In the crowd, a dark-skinned man looked around with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This man was Lu Ming in disguise. Earlier, he had disguised himself and rushed out of the ground. Soon after, he found a large number of experts coming. He took the opportunity to blend in with them and inquire about some information. Lu Ming had changed his aura with his illusion breath, so these people could not recognize him at all. Thus, Lu Ming successfully obtained a lot of important information. The Imperial Xia family is really generous. They even gave out a heavenly treasure. But then again, the chaotic Sky Emperor has reappeared. The Imperial Xia family is probably starting to panic. Lu Ming thought to himself. Senior, since there are so many tonics here, why don't we find a chance to kill some of them? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xiao Wan. That's exactly what I want. Let's leave this place and find someone who's alone. Xiao Wan laughed and his voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. The experts here searched the surroundings. After failing to find Lu Ming, they dispersed in all directions. Lu Ming swept his gaze and followed behind a few powerful figures from the Tianwu sword sect. Among the 3 experts, 2 were LV7 Spirit God Realm and 1 were on the 6th level. After flying a distance away, the 3 of them stopped and turned to look at Lu Ming. Brother, why have you been following the 3 of us? What do you want? One of the experts at the 7th level of the Spirit God Realm asked with a slightly cold gaze. They had long sensed that Lu Ming was following them. However, the aura that Lu Ming revealed was only at the 3rd level of the Spirit God Realm. They did not care about it at all. However, after being followed for such a long distance, they revealed a murderous intent in their hearts. Haven't you been looking for me? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his voice became younger. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up. You're Lu Ming. One of them shouted coldly. Clang! 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 3 sword chimes sounded and 3 sword lights soared into the sky. Kill! Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with them and charged over. At the same time, Xiao Wan appeared and pounced on them. Xiao Wan's strength had recovered a little after absorbing 2 LV7 Spirit God Realm experts. It was easier for him to deal with LV7 Spirit God Realm experts. 4 sealing gates appeared, locking down the 3 experts of the Celestial Martial Sword faction. Lu Ming killed one of them with a palm strike. The other 2 were killed by Xiao Wan before they were enveloped by demonic qi. 3 storage rings flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed them and put them away. After a few breaths, the 3 Sky Martial Sword sect experts disappeared without a trace. The demonic qi on Xiao Wan's body grew stronger and rolled continuously. Xiao Wan's muscles were wriggling and filled with demonic radiance. He was like a supreme demon god, exuding a terrifying aura. It feels good. My immortal demon body has recovered a little, but it's still far from it. Let's continue. Demonic light flashed in Xiao Wan's eyes as if an unparalleled demon god was about to awaken. All right. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. Now that he and Xiao Wan were on the same boat, the stronger Xiao Wan was, the better it was for him. Thereafter, Lu Ming left the place and targeted 2 experts from Cold Blood Hall. They were also LV7 Spirit God Realm experts, but they were easily killed by Lu Ming. The hunt continued. Lu Ming disguised himself so that no one could see through him. Lu Ming specifically targeted those experts who were alone or in groups of 2 or 3. They were all easily killed by Xiao Wan and became his nourishment. Many experts had come to this territory. They came from various overlord forces and even some second-tier forces. Of course, not all forces came. For example, the Imperial Xia family's greatest enemy, the heaven-guarding Divine Army, did not send anyone. Also, the Floating Mountain sect in the World Academy did not send anyone either. Apart from a few overlord forces who did not send anyone over, Lu Ming discovered people from 10 overlord forces. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. He took Xiao Wan and killed them one by one. Slowly, Xiao Wan's strength grew stronger. He could kill a LV7 Spirit God Realm expert in the beginning, then easily kill an LV8 Spirit God Realm expert, then LV9 Spirit God Realm expert. 3 hours later, the effect of the seal was over. Lu Ming found a secluded place and asked Xiao Wan to seal it again. Whoosh whoosh, Xiao Wan's demonic qi surged. After absorbing a LV9 Spirit God Realm expert, his demonic qi reached a terrifying level. His demonic body, in particular, was like a demonic weapon that emitted a terrifying aura. Immortal demon body. An Emperor Realm expert was completely different from a Spirit God Realm expert. An Emperor Realm expert's intent transformed into a domain, and their bloodline condensed into a spirit body. Both were terrifyingly powerful. A spirit body had already surpassed the mortal body and possessed the might to destroy the world. Even if an Emperor Realm expert did not rely on a domain, he could easily kill anyone below the Emperor Realm with just his spirit body. Xiao Wan's immortal demon body was a type of spirit body. It was a tyrannical and extremely powerful spirit body. Xiao Wan's spirit body had almost collapsed because he was suppressed by the hell-suppressing steel's fragment for 30,000 years. Now, he was slowly condensing it back. Lu Ming, how about we do something big? Xiao Wan's eyes were filled with dense demonic qi. Do something big? How? Lu Ming was very tempted. Previously, they had killed many experts. Although the flesh, true essence, and blood essence of those experts had all become Xiao Wan's nourishment and Lu Ming did not obtain a trace of it, Xiao Wan did not want those storage rings and gave them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was rich now, so he was naturally tempted. Kill a group of people with a formation. Chapter 1158. Not only was Xiao Wan's martial arts cultivation extremely strong, but he was also invincible among the emperors of the divine wilderness continent. His path of inscription was not weak either. He had reached the peak of the 8th level, which was the perfect stage of the spirit god realm. Now, He wanted to find a place to set up a peerless formation and kill a group of powerhouses at once. Especially those at the perfect stage of the spirit god realm. Of course, Lu Ming agreed to it wholeheartedly. The two of them chose a secluded canyon. This canyon had a wide and majestic view. Lu Ming came here, and Xiao Wan began to inscribe the formation. At first, it was an illusion formation that was used to hide their figures and other formations at the same time. After the illusion formation was the killing formation. Xiao Wan kept waving his hands, and lines of inscriptions entered the ground around the canyon. No, your formation isn't powerful enough. It's not that easy to kill a perfect stage spirit god realm powerhouse. On his shoulder, Dandan stood with both legs and looked at Xiao Wan inscribing the formation as if he was giving advice. Xiao Wan was a little curious. He looked at Dandan, pondered for a moment, and said, "My formation should have no problem killing less than 3 perfect stage spirit gods." Bullshit. Dandan put his hands on his hips and scolded directly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This guy was probably looking for a beating by scolding Xiao Wan like this. Xiao Wan raised his eyebrows, and a powerful aura spread out. However, in the next moment, his aura was restrained. Dandan was also shocked at first. He grabbed Lu Ming with his claws. When Xiao Wan's aura was restrained, Dandan secretly let out a long breath. "Let me tell you, although your formation can kill less than 3 perfect stage spirit gods, it will definitely take some time. If you don't succeed in a short time and attract supreme stage powerhouses, then we can only run." Dandan continued to put on a smug look. Xiao Wan frowned. Dandan was right. His formation could indeed kill less than 3 perfect stage spirit gods, but it would indeed take some time. "Kid, you're still too inexperienced when it comes to spell formations in front of me. Let me teach you." Dandan rushed out arrogantly and began to wave above the formation that Xiao Wan had inscribed. Lines of inscriptions appeared, but they didn't merge with Xiao Wan's inscriptions. They just marked there. "Inscribe your own inscriptions according to the inscriptions I inscribed. This way, the power of your formation will be doubled." Dandan mumbled to himself as he continued to carve. Xiao Wan read carefully, and when he reached the end, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He realized that the inscriptions that Dandan had pointed out and carved were very magical. If they were added to his formation, it would indeed increase the power of his formation by a large margin. It would be more than enough to double its power. "Lu Ming, this little turtle of yours is no small matter. It has an unusual background." Xiao Wan looked at Lu Ming, and the surprise in his eyes was even stronger. After a short period of time together, he realized that he couldn't see through Lu Ming anymore. He had a big secret. Although his cultivation was still weak, his future was boundless and unpredictable. "What little turtle?" "Kid, its background is very unusual." "You're right. I'm one of the top 10 battle beasts." Dandan's ears were very sharp. It heard him from afar and became even more complacent. It spoke to Xiao Wan in a tone of lecturing a junior. "What? Top 10 battle beasts? You're one of the top 10 battle beasts?" Xiao Wan's pupils suddenly widened, revealing an extremely shocked expression. "Senior, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy just likes to brag." Lu Ming hurriedly said, and then pretended not to care and asked, "Senior, you know the top 10 battle beasts?" "What are the top 10 battle beasts?" "I'm not very sure. It's just that when I left the Divine Wilderness continent and went overseas, I heard about it once. It said that the top 10 battle beasts are the 10 most powerful creatures in this world. Each of them has the power to destroy heaven and earth. Emperors are like ants in front of them. They can even easily kill saints. They're extremely terrifying. There are even legends that some of the top 10 battle beasts don't come from our world, but from another world. It's said that your 9 dragons bloodline is one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9 dragons. They can easily kill saints." Lu Ming was secretly shocked. There were also some that came from another world. Lu Ming thought of the heaven realm. Because Dandan was spat out from the divine gate, Lu Ming speculated that the other side of the divine gate was the heaven realm. Alright, I've added the inscriptions that need to be added. Kid, inscribe according to the trajectory that I've carved. The power of the formation will definitely increase by a lot. Dandan flew back and landed on Lu Ming's body again. Xiao Wan sized up Dandan seriously. Without saying anything, he flew out and began inscribing according to the trajectory that Dandan had carved. Dandan, don't mention that you're one of the top 10 battle beasts in front of others in the future. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan, reminding Dandan. In the divine wilderness continent, it seemed that no one knew much about the top 10 battle beasts. Even the chaotic sky divine Emperor Xiao Wan had only heard of them overseas. Fortunately, Dandan was hooting all day long, so no one cared too much. If Lu Ming's cultivation was strong in the future and he broke through to the martial emperor realm and went overseas, Dandan's hooting would probably be targeted by others. According to Xiao Wan, the top 10 battle beasts were existences that could easily kill saints. They were supreme treasures in themselves. If others knew about it, how could they not be tempted and coveted? Alright, I'll speak less. Dandan was very smart. It had obviously thought of this point and it muttered. Xiao Wan spent a whole day inscribing the formation. During this time, Dandan would point out any inadequacies. Xiao Wan did as he was told. After a day, the formation was completed. Then, it was time to attract people. However, first, they had to check if there were any martial saints. If they attracted martial saints, they would be in danger, let alone kill others. Lu Ming disguised himself and wandered around the area. He checked and asked if there were any martial saints. After confirming that there were no martial saints, Lu Ming returned to the place where he had set up the formation and waited quietly. Soon, the energy of the sealed door was exhausted and the projection of the divine secret instrument appeared again. At this moment, everyone who had a formation plate within 1,000,000 miles reacted at the same time. Light spots appeared on the formation plates again. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming has appeared. Damn it, he has been appearing and disappearing from time to time. Now he's doing this again. Is he playing with us? If I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Those powerhouses really couldn't hold back their anger, cursing and swearing. However, they still rushed toward the direction shown by the formation plates. Hey, this time, Lu Ming did not disappear. The formation plates are still showing. If that's the case, he would have disappeared in a short while before, but he hasn't disappeared yet. I guess Lu Ming used some method to conceal the aura of the divine secret instrument's projection. He can't hide it anymore. Chapter 1159. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air above the canyon. Above his head, the divine secret instrument's projection rotated slowly, emitting a mysterious wave. Xiao Wan floated beside Lu Ming. It's about time. All of a sudden, Xiao Wan shouted. He constantly condensed seals with both hands and 4 doors of seals appeared, sealing the projection of the heavenly secret instrument. He then dashed into the canyon and dug a huge hole with his spear. Lu Ming dashed tens of miles underground and spread his spiritual senses. Swoosh. 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 Figures appeared one after another and floated around the canyon, emitting powerful auras. The weakest was a LV6 spirit god, while the strongest had earth-shattering auras. They were all perfected spirit god experts. They were all dressed differently. Some wore white swordsman robes and were mostly experts from the Sky Martial Sword sect. Some wore red robes and were experts from the Cold Blood Hall. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual senses and found that most of the experts were from the Sky Martial Sword sect, the Cold Blood Hall, and the Imperial Xia family. What's going on? Why did the divine secret instrument's projection disappear again? Is the divine secret instrument's projection useful or not? Damn it, the formation disk showed that it was nearby. Why did it suddenly disappear again? Lu Ming must be in the vicinity. He must be hiding somewhere. Let's surround this area. Let's see how long he can hide. The experts spoke one after another. Their figures flickered as they surrounded the area. There are so many experts. How much wealth do they have in their storage rings? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a blazing light. Xiao Wan also spread out his spiritual senses and sensed carefully. For perfected spirit gods, 9 LV9 spirit gods, and no supremes. That's enough. With these supplements, I'm confident that I can fight against the supremes. Xiao Wan whispered and revealed a cold look. Lu Ming, I'm going to release a bit of the seal now. Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Xiao Wan formed a seal and released a bit of the door of seals. Buzz. Immediately, the Heavenly Secrets Instrument's projection began to ripple. At this moment, near the Great Canyon, the formation discs in the hands of the experts moved, all of them pointing in the same direction, towards the Great Canyon. He appeared. Lu Ming has appeared. He's in that canyon. He should be hiding underground in the canyon, using a secret technique to hide the fluctuations of the divination apparatus's projection. Now, he can't hide it any longer and is about to reveal himself. Kill. Lu Ming is mine. It's mine. One by one, the experts roared and unleashed their powerful auras. Their eyes were red as they charged towards the canyon. If he killed Lu Ming, he would be able to obtain a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. This temptation was too great. At least a few dozen experts at the 6th level of the spirit god realm and above charged into the canyon. At the same time, a series of attacks exploded towards the ground, wanting to force Lu Ming out of the ground. All of you, die. Xiao Wan's eyes were cold as he waved his hands. In the canyon, countless inscriptions flickered and a peerless killing formation appeared. Soaring murderous intent filled the air. Terrifying sword chi appeared, destroying the attacks of these experts. The terrifying aura of the grand formation caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Even their souls were trembling. Oh no, it's a peerless killing formation. We've been tricked. Retreat, retreat, retreat. These experts had gone mad and were fleeing madly towards the outside. However, it was too late. Whoosh. Whoosh. The terrifying sword chi was moving at a speed that was beyond what the naked eye could see. Shrill cries resounded out densely as those experts at the 9th level of the spirit god realm and below were instantly annihilated, causing their blood and chi to shoot into the sky. Even if it was 9 9th level spirit god realm experts, they were unable to resist for a few breaths of time before being annihilated one by one. In the end, only 4 experts of the perfect spirit god realm were left. Let's join forces and charge out. We've been tricked. Lu Ming has the help of experts. We've been tricked. We've been tricked by the imperial family. The 4 experts of the perfect spirit god realm wanted to join forces and charge out. However, this formation had been improved by Dandan and was extremely powerful. The 4 experts of the perfect spirit god realm tried their best to charge out, but they realized in despair that they couldn't charge out at all. The 4 of them didn't persist for long before their defenses were broken by the peerlessly sharp sword chi. Thousands of swords pierced their hearts and they died on the spot. Dozens of experts above the 6th level of the spirit god realm were annihilated. It was a great loss for a power with a perfect spirit god realm expert dying. A perfect spirit god realm expert was an existence second only to an exalted being. No power would have too many of them, so the death of one was a great loss. Bang! Lu Ming charged towards the ground and reached the ground in an instant. As soon as he reached the ground, Xiao Wan turned into a ball of demonic chi and enveloped the expert's corpse. Senior, leave a few for me. Lu Ming shouted. He was envious when he saw so many spirit god realm experts, especially those who cultivated the earth concept. Lu Ming dashed toward the few experts who had cultivated the earth concept. Xiao Wan intended to let Lu Ming obtain some benefits. He didn't touch the few people that Lu Ming took a fancy to. The others were all enveloped by demonic chi and became Xiao Wan's nourishment. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons bloodline and charged towards an expert at the 8th level of the spirit god realm. He opened his mouth and sucked. Devouring power erupted and devoured the expert's true essence, blood essence, and concept runes. After that, Lu Ming charged towards another expert and continued to devour. Lu Ming had devoured 3 experts from the 8th level of the spirit god realm. They were all experts who cultivated the earth concept. After devouring 3 experts, the 9 dragons' bloodline swelled and was filled with boundless and terrifying energy. Xiao Wan didn't take the storage rings of those experts. They all flew towards Lu Ming and were put away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. So many experts, how much wealth do they have? Lu Ming, let's go. Let's leave this place first. Demonic chi surged around Xiao Wan as he wrapped Lu Ming and flew towards the distance. He believed that the commotion here would soon be known by others, and would definitely attract powerful experts. Xiao Wan took Lu Ming and flew 1,000 miles in an instant. Soon, they flew several million miles. Lu Ming charged into the belly of a huge mountain and entered the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and started to refine the energy he had just devoured. The energy of 3 8th level spirit god realm experts was too vast and boundless. It was constantly converted into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation started to rise rapidly. Mid-3rd level spirit god realm, late 3rd level spirit god realm, concept runes were also constantly refined. Before long, Lu Ming's earth concept smoothly broke through the bottleneck and charged into the 4th level of the initial stage. It was even slowly rising. Moreover, some of them had comprehended the concept of fire. This allowed Lu Ming's concept of fire to rise a little. As for the blood essence of the 3 experts, Lu Ming used it all to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Before long, the 8th golden chakra appeared on the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. At first, it was still a little dim, but it slowly became resplendent. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally finished refining the blood essence of the 3 8th level spirit god realm experts. A powerful aura rippled out from Lu Ming's body. It was several times stronger than before. Chapter 1160. With the breakthrough of the earth concept, Lu Ming's 5 concepts had reached the 4th level. Therefore, he relied on the huge amount of energy he devoured to break through and enter the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming's strength had increased by a large margin. Lu Ming put away the 9 dragons' bloodline and opened his eyes. He saw Xiao Wan not far away, looking at him in surprise. The 9 dragons' bloodline is indeed magical and heaven-defying. Xiao Wan sighed. The reason why he could constantly improve his strength with the nourishment of experts was that he had already reached his original realm. However, he had been suppressed for many years and was relatively weak. He needed the blood essence of experts to recover. He was only recovering, but Lu Ming was improving and breaking through. There was no comparison at all. Senior, how much strength have you recovered? Lu Ming changed the topic and asked. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to fight against a supreme being. Xiao Wan said. You can fight against a supreme being? Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The stronger Xiao Wan was now, the better it would be for him. Senior, do you still want to do something big? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was a little restless. Didn't the experts of the Overlord forces want to kill him? Then, he would kill them back. The key was that Xiao Wan didn't seem to care about their storage rings, but Lu Ming needed them. Although Lu Ming hadn't checked the contents of those storage rings, they were all experts at the 6th level of the spirit god realm and above. The value of the items inside would definitely be shocking. Lu Ming's heart was burning. Your thoughts coincide with mine. I happen to want to do something big too. Xiao Wan laughed loudly, arrogant and overbearing. Senior, I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill the enemy with the formation a second time. The others will definitely be on guard after seeing the traces of the previous battle. It will be difficult to do it again. Lu Ming frowned and thought about how to do something big. It's fine. Let's change the method. Isn't there a Sky Martial Sword Sex branch nearby? Let's destroy this branch directly. Moreover, I can sense something I need in this branch. Xiao Wan spoke with a trace of hope in his eyes. Attacking the Sky Marshal Sword Factions Division? Senior, I'm afraid there's a supreme being in charge of this division. Lu Ming said with a serious expression. Although Xiao Wan had the strength to fight against a martial saint, the martial saint of the Sky Martial Sword sect was in charge of the sect and had the geographical advantage. It was not easy to kill him. If things went wrong, he might even lose his life. If my strength is a little stronger, then I'm confident. There's something very important to me in that division. If I can get it, my strength will definitely recover quickly. At that time, I won't have to hide anymore. Xiao Wan frowned. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his palm glowed and a small pagoda appeared in his hand. Sovereign Spirit Weapon. When he saw this small pagoda, Xiao Wan's eyes were filled with brilliant light. Senior, if I lend you this Sovereign Spirit Weapon for the time being, are you confident? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Although this Emperor-tier spirit weapon doesn't match my attribute and I can't fully display its power, it's still an Emperor-tier spirit weapon after all. It's enough to increase my strength by a large amount. It's enough to attack that branch. Xiao Wan said. Alright, I'll lend it to you. Lu Ming waved his hand and the small pagoda flew to Xiao Wan. If he didn't make a decision, he would suffer instead. Now that Xiao Wan was temporarily attached to him, he wouldn't be able to hide many of his secrets from Xiao Wan. Therefore, he might as well reveal them openly and use Xiao Wan's strength to gain benefits for himself. Ha ha ha, great. Then let's turn the world upside down. Xiao Wan laughed and refined the small pagoda. He then left the mountain river diagram with Lu Ming and flew towards the north. Hundreds of thousands of miles away in the north, there was a Sky Martial Sword Factions division in a desolate mountain. Xiao Wan sensed it when Lu Ming and the others passed by earlier. Soon, a sword peak appeared in front of them. The peak was like a sword that could reach the sky. Even from afar, they could feel a powerful sword aura emanating from it. There seemed to be a demonic light shining in Xiao Wan's eyes as if he could see through everything. The Sky Martial Sword Factions division isn't simple. They seem to be secretly researching something related to demons. Xiao Wan muttered. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Sky Martial Sword faction was actually researching something related to demons. Therefore, Xiao Wan chose this place. Whoosh! Xiao Wan took Lu Ming and took a step forward, appearing above the Tongtian sword peak. Who is it? This place is assigned by the Celestial Martial Sword faction. All of you, scram. As soon as they appeared, the experts on the Heavenspan sword sensed their presence, and they let out a shout filled with killing intent. I'm the one who will kill you. Xiao Wan said coldly. A small red pagoda appeared in his hand and expanded rapidly. In the end, it turned into a giant pagoda that was comparable to the sword peak. There was a blazing aura emanating from it and a layer of light shrouded it. It was red in color and emitted a shocking temperature. Is this a domain? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. An emperor's intent evolved into a domain. An emperor's spiritual weapon also contained a domain. It was extremely terrifying. Flame domain. Not good. It's an emperor. An emperor is attacking. Activate the formation. Activate the formation. The moment the emperor's spiritual weapon appeared, chaos broke out on the sword peak. Terrified screams could be heard. Suppress. Xiao Wan waved his hand and rich true yuan poured into the small red pagoda. The small red pagoda then suppressed the sword peak. At that moment, countless inscriptions appeared around the sword peak and formed a large formation. A towering sword chi rushed towards the small red pagoda. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion as the sword chi was destroyed. The giant pagoda suppressed everything and smashed onto the protective formation of the Sky Martial Sword Peak. The protective mountain formation shook violently, almost collapsing. Suppress! Xiao Wan shouted and continued to control the giant pagoda to suppress it. This time, there was an earth-shattering explosion as the protective formation of the Sky Martial Sword Peak was breached. The protective formation shattered and the giant pagoda slammed onto the mountain peak. The entire sword peak shook violently before it exploded. At this moment, the sword peak was filled with tragic cries. Countless disciples of the celestial martial sword sect were screaming as they were turned into ashes under the horrifying power. Even some high-level spiritual god realm experts vomited mouthfuls of blood and were on the verge of death. Who are you? My sky martial sword sect will kill you. A furious roar sounded as a dazzling sword light shot up from the bottom of the sword peak. It was as if it wanted to split heaven and earth in half. Supreme Being, this was a Supreme Being. The person who will kill you. Demonic chi surged around Ciel Wan's body. He was like a peerless demon god controlling an emperor's spiritual weapon to suppress the other party. At the same time, Ciel Wan took a big step forward. His muscles bulged and a demonic light appeared. It seemed to contain boundless power. Boom! Chapter 1161. The Sky Martial Sword Sect's Paragon let out a long roar. His sword might was vast and mighty, shattering the heavens. He slashed out a shocking sword light, slashing onto the huge pagoda, blocking it. However, on the other side, Ciel Wan's demonic fist arrived once again. Boundless sword chi floated around the Sky Martial Sword Sect's Supreme Being. In the end, they converged into a sword. Like a myriad of swords returning to the sect, it pierced towards Ciel Wan. Boom! Ciel Wan's demonic fist slammed into the sword energy, causing the sword energy to tremble violently before finally collapsing. Although the heavenly martial sword sect's Jizun was strong, he had to fend off the sovereign spirit weapon and Ciel Wan. He was already at a disadvantage. Spirit body, you have a spirit body. Are you a ruler? When the opponent saw that Ciel Wan had defeated his sword energy with a single punch, he immediately cried out in fear. Kill! Ciel Wan shouted and strode forward. His demonic fists crushed everything as he punched out. Above, the giant pagoda shook and continued to press down on the other party. The Supreme Being of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect had a look of fear in his eyes as he activated bloodline fusion immediately, transforming into a battle sword. His bloodline was at level 6 of the deity level, comparable to the clan heads of the 6 great ancient aristocratic families of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Performing the bloodline fusion had increased his battle prowess by a level, but Ciel Wan was brave and invincible. His undying demon body was frightening and shocking. If he was at his peak, he could crush an emperor. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the giant pagoda pressed down as well. Within the giant pagoda, the flame domain enveloped the celestial martial sword sect's Supreme Being, causing him to be suppressed by the terrifying heat. Even though the supreme martial artist of the celestial martial sword sect gave it his all and slashed out waves after waves of shocking sword chi, it was still useless. He was suppressed and gradually lost the ability to fight back. Go quickly and inform the sect master. The Sky Martial Sword Sect Supreme Being roared. Some high-level domain enlightened spirit gods that hadn't died looked at the battle in the sky with terror. The Sky Martial Sword Sect's Exalt had actually fallen into a completely disadvantaged position, and he might be defeated at any moment. Go! Someone flew into the distance, wanting to escape and inform the sovereign of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. None of you shall leave. Ciel Wan's devilish chi shot into the sky as his fist blasted out, and it pierced through 5,000 kilometers of space. A few domain-enlightened spirit gods were instantly enveloped by the glow of his fist, and they were mercilessly annihilated. Clang! Clang! Then, Ciel Wan's demonic fists continued to bombard the body of the opponent's sword, causing the Sky Martial Sword Sect Supreme Being to vibrate continuously. Originally, with Ciel Wan's current combat strength, he wasn't inferior to his opponent. Coupled with the assistance of a ruler spirit armament, Ciel Wan's strength far surpassed his opponent's. After more than 10 punches, the sword shattered, revealing the other party's body, which was retreating in horror. Boom! The giant pagoda pressed down, and the other party tried his best to resist, but he was still hit by the giant pagoda and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Ciel Wan charged over and punched him in the chest. He screamed in pain as his chest was pierced through. A huge hole appeared and his heart was shattered. His opponent's dantian lit up, and his spiritual divinity rushed out, wanting to escape. However, Xiaowan reached out and grabbed his opponent's spiritual divinity. With a fierce squeeze, the opponent's spiritual divinity was crushed, turning into energy that was absorbed by Xiaowan. A supreme was killed by Xiaowan just like that. Boom! The gigantic pagoda shone brightly as it enveloped the entire Sky Martial Sword sect. The remaining members of the Sky Martial Sword sect were all killed without exception. Xiaowan turned into demonic qi and enveloped all the experts of the Sky Martial Sword sect, turning them into his nourishment. Leave some for me. Lu Ming flew rapidly, collecting the storage rings one by one. Unfortunately, those experts had all become Xiaowan's nourishment, leaving nothing for him. Lu Ming lamented. However, he had just devoured 3 8th level spirit god experts, and there were impurities in them. He needed some time to refine them and stabilize his foundation. If he continued to devour, his foundation might become even more unstable. Thinking of this, Lu Ming felt relieved and continued to collect the storage rings. Soon, all the storage rings were collected by Lu Ming. However, Xiaowan did not give the supreme storage ring to Lu Ming. He kept it for himself. The supreme's wealth must have tempted him. Boom! Xiaowan absorbed all the tonics and turned into his human form. He punched the ground, penetrating it. Below the ground, a shocking demonic qi shot up into the sky. It was vast and mighty, and there was a terrifying pressure spreading out. Why do I feel like I'm facing the Demon Emperor? Lu Ming was shocked. Could there be a Demon Emperor hiding under the ground? How could that be possible? As expected, the Sky Martial Sword sect is so ambitious. They are actually refining a demon fetus in secret. Xiaowan muttered to himself with an ecstatic smile on his face. Senior, what's a demon fetus? Lu Ming came to Xiaowan's side and looked down. Demonic qi permeated the ground and a tall figure could be vaguely seen in the demonic qi. The demonic qi was coming from that figure. The Sky Martial Sword sect must have obtained the corpse of a fallen demon emperor and refined it with a special method. In the end, they managed to refine it into a powerful existence that will obey the orders of the Sky Martial Sword sect. That existence is the demon fetus. Once it's refined, it will possess strength comparable to an emperor. It seems like the Sky Martial Sword sect is far from complete. Now, it's all mine. Once I refine this demon fetus, my strength will be barely restored to the monarch realm. Xiaowan laughed and turned into a ball of demonic qi. He flew down and wrapped around the tall figure before starting to refine it. Lu Ming could only wait by the side. Soon, half an hour passed. Rip! High up in the sky, the space was suddenly torn apart. A middle-aged man in a white robe with a sword on his back stepped out of the tear in space. As soon as the middle-aged man stepped out of the tear in space, he looked around. Suddenly, a sword aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world erupted and enveloped the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. An emperor. It's an emperor. Lu Ming's pupils contracted in shock. He knew that the Sky Martial Sword sect's emperor had arrived. He was a sword emperor who could slay the world with his sword. The Sky Martial Sword sect's emperor's gaze fell on Lu Ming. However, it was just a glance before it landed on the ball of demonic qi on the ground. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to destroy a branch of my Sky Martial Sword sect, you can forget about leaving today. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the Sky Martial Sword sect's emperor slashed out with his palm. A dazzling sword aura slashed toward Xiaowan. The might of the sword aura was several times stronger than that of the previous supreme being. Haha! How dare a junior act so presumptuously in front of me? A loud laugh came from within the demonic qi. A black fist radiance flew out and clashed with the sword aura. When the fist radiance and the sword aura clashed, it stirred up a boundless energy storm. All the mountains and mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles were swept by the energy storm. They crumbled and exploded into pieces. A single move had destroyed the mountains and rivers within a radius of 10,000 miles. The battle between emperors was too terrifying. It could even destroy the world. Lu Ming was under the protection of Xiao Wan's demonic qi. However, he was still shocked when he felt the might of the battle. The might of an emperor is indeed shocking. It's not something that I can match up to now. Lu Ming thought to himself. Whoosh. Chapter 1162. Obviously, Xiao Wan had recovered a lot and his strength was unfathomable. Clang. A sword chime was heard as the Sky Martial Sword Sect sovereign unsheathed his sword. The sword chime made Lu Ming's body tremble. He felt his eardrums ringing and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shameless boasting. Die. The Sky Martial Sword Sect sovereign was overbearing. He took a step forward and it was as though he had turned into a sword. Boundless sword chi flowed around his body. You're just an ordinary sword body. I've killed more than one in the past. Xiao Wan's voice was heard. The huge pagoda shook and flew out towards the sovereign. Shush! The sovereign swung his sword and the entire area was split open. A terrifying sword light slashed on the huge pagoda. Its power exploded and broke the flame territory of the huge pagoda, blocking the pagoda. At the same time, a few terrifying sword chi flew towards Xiao Wan. Sword territory. Humph. Xiao Wan snorted and retracted his demonic qi. Xiao Wan's true body was revealed. His body was shining with demonic light as though it contained boundless power. Boom! Boom! He threw out a few punches and clashed with the sovereign's sword chi. A loud explosion was heard and the ground was shaved 100 miles deep by the shockwaves. Bam! The sword chi was defeated, but Xiao Wan's body also took a step back, causing the space to explode, revealing a pitch-black space. Xiao Wan seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, the sovereign did not continue to attack. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and stared at Xiao Wan. You're Xiao Wan? The Sky Martial Sword Sect sovereign spat out a sentence with great difficulty. His voice was filled with disbelief. Back then, Xiao Wan rebelled against the royal family and started a great war with the royal family. Many forces had participated in that war and had witnessed Xiao Wan's unparalleled demonic qi. There were portraits of Xiao Wan in many overlord forces. Many of those portraits were drawn by the sovereigns. They could even feel Xiao Wan's demonic qi and aura in the portraits. There was such a portrait in the Sky Martial Sword Sect. The sovereign of the Sky Martial Sword Sect had experienced it personally and it was exactly the same as Xiao Wan. Therefore, he was immediately stunned, shocked, and in disbelief. Why would the Supreme Demonic Emperor from 30,000 years ago appear now? Go! Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Wan didn't continue fighting, and he tore open space and led Lu Ming into the spatial rift before vanishing. The Sky Martial Sword Sect sovereign was the only one left at the scene. Xiao Wan, it's definitely Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan has come out. This world is going to be chaotic again. The sovereign of the Sky Martial Sword Sect muttered to himself. After a while, his eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself, that's good too. This is an opportunity. Perhaps it's an opportunity for my Sky Martial Sword Sect. But it's a pity that the devil fetus will be lost. The Sky Martial Sword Sect's martial emperor sighed. Then, he suddenly looked in a direction. Two resplendent sword lights shot out from his eyes as he shouted, who is it? Ha, Sword Emperor Wu Ju, how have you been? A loud laugh rang out, and a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. A middle-aged man wearing a cyan thunder battle robe appeared in the sky. Lightning Saber Emperor, why are you here? Wu Ju's Sword Emperor frowned. The Lightning Saber Emperor was the sect master of the Sky Thunder Saber sect, an overlord force. The Imperial Xia clan has announced to the world that they have activated the Tianji instrument to capture Lu Ming. However, I feel that it's not that simple. I just came out of seclusion, so I came out for a walk. I sensed a strong energy fluctuation here, so I came to take a look. the lightning saber emperor explained. He then looked around and said, Wujue, this should be one of the branches of your Sky Martial Sword sect, right? It seems like it has been destroyed. You were the one who fought with the other party, right? Where is he? Why? Even you can't keep him here? He's gone. Wujue's Sword Emperor said. Who is it? The remaining demonic chi here is extremely shocking. Could it be the Demon Emperor from the Demon Mountain? The Lightning Saber Emperor's eyes flickered as he probed. Wujue Martial Emperor pondered for a while, as if he was thinking. After a while, he said, It's not the Demon Emperor from the Demon Mountain. You won't be able to guess who it is. Who is it? Seeing Wujue Martial Emperor's solemn expression, the Lightning Saber Emperor asked curiously. Xiao Wan, the Demon Emperor, Xiao Wan. Martial Monarch Wujue said word by word. Every word was spoken extremely clearly. WH. What? Even with the Lightning Saber Emperor's determination, he was dumbfounded at that moment. Wujue, are you hallucinating? Or are you joking with me? Xiao Wan, 30,000 years old, how could he still be alive? The Lightning Saber Emperor said in disbelief. Do I look like I'm joking? Wujue Martial Emperor said with a cold expression. The Lightning Saber Emperor fell silent. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, If it's really Xiao Wan, I'm afraid the royal family will be in chaos. I know why the royal family activated the heavenly fortune apparatus. Their target is not Lu Ming, but Xiao Wan. That's most likely the case. Besides, Xiao Wan has yet to recover to his peak. He is still no match for me. Wujue Martial Emperor said. If that's the case, do you have any way to track Xiao Wan's aura? Let's follow him and see what he's up to next. The Lightning Saber Emperor said. Xiao Wan used my Tianwu Sword faction's disciples as supplements to recover his demonic body. He has yet to completely eliminate the aura of my disciples. I can use a secret technique to track him down. Alright, let's go and see what he's up to. Wujue Martial Emperor said and began to use a secret technique to track Xiao Wan's aura. Xiao Wan brought Lu Ming and crossed several spaces before coming to a stop. I still haven't recovered to the Emperor realm. I'm still a little weaker than that kid. Xiao Wan said. That kid was referring to Wujue Martial Emperor. Senior, you're still no match for an Emperor realm expert? Lu Ming asked. I can barely fight. An ordinary Emperor realm expert can't do anything to me. With your Emperor realm spiritual weapon, I can fight against an ordinary Emperor realm expert. However, it won't be good for me if I fight for a long time. Now that my identity has been exposed, I'm afraid all the emperors in the world will try to find us. Xiao Wan said. Although he said so, there was still a cold smile on his face. Senior, do you have any good ideas? Seeing Xiao Wan's expression, Lu Ming knew that Xiao Wan already had an idea. Isn't the royal family going all out to hunt us down? Then I'll make the royal family lose interest in hunting us down. I'll even make the divine wilderness continent fall into chaos and attack each other. This way, I'll have time to recover. Xiao Wan said. Make the divine wilderness continent fall into chaos? Attack each other? Lu Ming was shocked, but he was also puzzled. What method did Xiao Wan have to make the world fall into chaos and attack each other? I have a Heavenly King token with me. Back then, it belonged to the royal family. As long as I take out this Heavenly King token, it will be enough to make those emperors go crazy. Lu Ming, let's go to the sacred city. Chapter 1163. In a secret hall in the holy city, a round sphere floated in the air, emitting a resplendent light. Inscriptions appeared on the surface of this sphere, shining brightly. If Lu Ming were here, he would recognize that this sphere was identical to the projection of the Heavenly Secrets apparatus floating above his head. This was the Heavenly Secrets apparatus's main body. Above the Heavenly Secrets apparatus, there was an enormous disk array that emitted a mysterious light. Around the Heavenly Secrets apparatus, more than a dozen people stood quietly, observing. Suddenly, the heavenly secrets apparatus shone brightly, and a dot of light appeared on the disc array above the heavenly secrets apparatus. The dozen or so people present were alarmed. The heavenly secrets apparatus has sensed something, and a dot of light has appeared on the disc array. Lu Ming has appeared, and he's within 1,000,000 li. An old man exclaimed in disbelief. Shouldn't Lu Ming be hiding somewhere far away? How did he dare to appear within 1,000,000 li of the holy city? Look, he's rapidly approaching the holy city. He's approaching the holy city. The others exclaimed, their voices filled with disbelief. The disc array showed that the dot of light was rapidly approaching the holy city. This meant that Lu Ming was on his way to the holy city. Quick, spread the news. The old man in the lead ordered. Then, they took out sound transmission jade talismans and sent out the news. In fact, there was no need for them to send out the news. There were people in the holy city who could sense the heavenly secrets force field disc array, and they had also discovered this point. Lu Ming was rapidly approaching the holy city. Many experts in the holy city were alarmed. Even more experts from the imperial Xia family were alarmed, and they flew out from various places towards the holy city's eastern wall. Because according to the disc array, Lu Ming was coming from the east, and he would soon be near the eastern wall. For a time, the holy city's eastern wall was filled with wind and clouds. Many experts had arrived, and the walls were filled with people. He's here, he's almost there. Some people looked at the disc array and found that the dot of light was getting closer and closer to the holy city. Soon, a black-robed youth with long hair casually draped over his shoulders stepped through the air. Lu Ming, it was Lu Ming. At this moment, above Lu Ming's head, the divine secret instrument's projection was suspended in the air. Previously, Xiao Wan had brought Lu Ming towards the holy city by tearing through space. When they were within 1,000,000 miles of the holy city, Xiao Wan released the seal on the sealing gate and released the projection of the Tianji instrument. Then, it sank into Lu Ming's spine and disappeared. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was flying towards the holy city. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Lu Ming. I didn't expect that Lu Ming would actually come to the sacred city. Isn't this like a lamb walking into a tiger's den? Could it be that he knows he can't escape, so he's here to surrender? It's possible. Speaking of which, it's strange. I remember that during the 1,000,000-year sacrifice ceremony, Lu Ming took the initiative to enter the 9 underworlds to take Princess 16 away. I'm very curious. How did he come out? Moreover, he was hunted down by the imperial family. They even took out the divine secret instrument and gave him a heavenly treasure to pass the tribulation. Everyone is very curious about this, let alone you. However, many higher-ups in the royal family don't know the exact reason, let alone us. However, there is one thing that we can be sure of. Lu Ming definitely did something very impressive to cause the Xia family of the royal family to behave this way. Some experts from other forces were secretly discussing, but for a moment, no one made a move. Lu Ming stood in the air 100 miles away from the city wall. Lu Ming, how dare you break out of the 9 underworlds without permission? You've committed a heinous crime and should be executed by 1,000 cuts. A gloomy voice sounded. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. The speaker was Xie Zhen. Lu Ming glanced at Xie Zhen casually and sneered. What a joke. I entered the 9 underworlds of my own free will. I can stay or leave as I wish. Also, Xie Qitian obviously wants me to stay in the 9 underworlds for the rest of my life. How dare he make it sound so dignified? What a despicable person. How dare you slander my father? I'll kill your entire family. Today, no one can save you. Xie Zhen scolded loudly with a condescending look. Oh. Well, in terms of age, you're older than me. Come and kill me. Lu Ming said. You, Xie Zhen was stunned. Humph, loser, do you dare to attack me? I'll suppress you with one finger. Lu Ming said loudly with great disdain in his voice. Xie Zhen's face flushed red. In terms of age, he and Lu Ming were of the same generation. In fact, he was older than Lu Ming. However, he did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. Lu Ming could suppress him with one finger. Lu Ming. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The voice was crisp and pleasant, but it was full of faint arrogance. A stunning woman in a snow-white dress, with milky white light all over her body, stepped on the air and came. She was as holy as a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her body was blooming with holy light. Every time she took a step, a milky white lotus would appear under her feet. 9th Princess. Xian Yinjuan. Many people's eyes were attracted by this figure. Xian Yinjuan, one of the 5 great beauties of Zhongzhou State, ranked second among the 5 giants of Zhongzhou State. She was a god's favored daughter with thousands of halos on her body. Lu Ming's eyes also fell on her. Her appearance was very similar to Xian Yinqing's, but her temperament was completely different from Xian Yinqing's. They were worlds apart. Lu Ming had known for a long time that Xian Yinqing and Xian Yinjuan only had the same father, but not the same mother. It was amazing that they looked so similar. Xian Yinjuan stepped on the air and stood in front of the crowd. Looking at Lu Ming, her cold and arrogant voice sounded again. Lu Ming, it was you who took Xian Yinqing away, wasn't it? Hand her over. She is an alien of the Xia family. She has a lowly and dirty bloodline. She will stay in the devil's domain forever and hunt down the Masha clan for the Xia family for the rest of her life to make up for what she owes the Xia family. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, really ridiculous. Xian Yinjuan's words made Lu Ming laugh uncontrollably. You said that Yinqing owes the Xia family? You really know how to twist the truth. In my opinion, the Xia family owes Yinqing and you will never be able to pay it back. Lu Ming laughed. Her bloodline has tarnished the reputation of the imperial Xia family. If she doesn't owe the Xia family, then what is? Xian Yinjuan frowned slightly. Bullshit. Bullshit. A bunch of self-righteous people. What is the Xia family? What is the imperial family? They are just a bunch of arrogant fools. No wonder the ancient Saint dynasty is not weak. Being controlled by a bunch of short-sighted fools, it would be strange if they didn't become weak. In my opinion, the ancient Saint dynasty should be destroyed. Lu Ming shouted loudly and his voice spread across the crowd. Especially the last sentence, the ancient Saint dynasty should be destroyed, it shocked many people. He was too bold. He was simply too audacious. Lu Ming actually dared to say such words in front of everyone. This was a blatant insult to the royal family, the Xia family, and a slap to their face. Chapter 1164. How dare you? How dare you? You're courting death. Let me kill him. Let me cripple him. I'll let him taste the most painful punishment in the world. The members of the imperial Xia family shouted angrily, releasing cold killing intent. Boom! A shocking aura erupted from Xian Yinjuan's body. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent, and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. She said in a cold voice, Lu Ming, saving your life back then was the biggest mistake I've ever made. But it doesn't matter. It's the same if I kill you today. You think you can kill me? That might not be enough. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Xian Yinjuan's cultivation was very strong. She was at the peak of the 3rd-level spirit god realm. Her aura was powerful, and her body contained terrifying energy. Lu Ming felt that she was even stronger than the underworld child. If Lu Ming fought her during the 1,000,000-year sacrificial ceremony, he was not confident that he could win. But now, he did not take Xian Yinjuan seriously. Lu Ming, don't think that you're the strongest in the world just because you defeated the underworld child. If I had fought back then, I would have been able to suppress you. Xian Yinjuan took another step forward. Her aura was strong, and a milky white light bloomed from her body. It made Xian Yinjuan look even more holy and noble. Is Xian Yinjuan going to fight Lu Ming? Many people were looking forward to it. During the 1 million-year sacrificial ceremony, Lu Ming had defeated many giant-level geniuses in a row, showing that he was invincible. In the end, when he faced Long Chen, Lu Ming directly admitted defeat. Many people felt that it was a pity that they did not see who was the strongest. And Xian Yinjuan did not participate in that battle. This made many people secretly talk about Xian Yinqing and Lu Ming, guessing who was stronger. After all, Xian Yinqing was ranked second among the 5 giants of the central continent, second only to Long Chen. It was hard to say who was stronger without fighting. Now, was it finally time for a battle? At this time, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he waved his hand. A ray of light flashed and Xian Yinqing appeared beside Lu Ming. Just now, Xian Yinqing had sent a message to Lu Ming through Dandan, saying that he wanted to come out. Lu Ming then let Xian Yinqing come out. This is. As soon as Xian Yinqing came out, he attracted everyone's attention. Almost everyone in the holy city was looking at Xian Yinqing, and then at Xian Yinjuan. Their eyes were filled with shock because the two of them were too similar. This woman, why does she look so similar to Xian Yinjuan? Both of them are devastatingly beautiful. Who is she? I know. It is said that the current holy king has 3 princesses, all of whom are devastatingly beautiful. Among them, Princess 16 has been hidden by the royal family because of her bloodline. This woman should be Princess 16. She should be. The 3 princesses of the current holy king are indeed devastatingly beautiful. This Princess 16 is not inferior to the 5 beauties at all. I wonder how talented she is in martial arts. There was a burst of discussion around them. Many people had heard of Princess 16's name, but only a few had seen her in person. Naturally, they were surprised at this time. You really left the demon realm with him. Surrender now and go back to the demon realm. Stay in the demon realm for the rest of your life and kill the demon temple clan. Don't even think about walking around outside. You're a disgrace to the royal family. Xian Yinjuan looked coldly at Xian Yinqing. Xian Yinqing's face was cold. She looked at Xian Yinjuan and said, Xian Yinjuan, you don't have to put on a high and mighty face. Since you were young, you have been doted on by everyone. Is it because of your holy bloodline? What a joke. Today, I will trample you under my feet and let the world see how vulnerable your so-called holy and orthodox bloodline is. As Xian Yinqing's voice was heard, endless demon qi shot up from her body. Her powerful aura was opposing Xian Yinjuan's. Since you want to fight with me, I will grant your wish. Xian Yinjuan said coldly. A milky white holy light beam shot up to the sky from her body. At the same time, a black demon qi shot up from Xian Yinqing's body. One black and one white, the 2 light beams collided fiercely in the sky. Boom! The clouds in the sky were scattered and strong winds swept across. Let's fight. Xian Yinqing said and flew up to the sky. Xian Yinjuan's eyes were cold. She also flew up to the sky. One black and one white, the 2 light beams collided and tore the space into pieces. Sky Demon Force Field. 9 Heavens Sacred Domain. 2 delicate shouts sounded. The 2 of them used their ultimate skills and fought in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Xian Yinqing and Xian Yinjuan's attacks were very similar. However, one was of the demon Dao and the other was of the holy Dao. Black lotuses appeared around Xian Yinqing's body. They turned into lotus swords and shot out horizontally. On the other hand, milky white lotuses appeared around Xian Yinjuan's body. They also turned into rays of sword light and fought Xian Yinqing. Sword qi shot up to the sky. For a moment, the 2 of them were locked in a fierce battle. The spectators in the holy city gasped. They were extremely shocked. So strong. The 16th princess is so strong. She can actually fight the 9th princess. Terrifying. It turns out that the 16th princess who has been hidden away is also a peerless talent. She's too strong. She's definitely a giant-level genius. This generation of the royal family is really full of talents. It's rare to have two giants in one family. I don't understand. Why would the royal Xia family want to suppress such a peerless genius? I really don't understand. If other forces had such a genius, they would do their best to nurture her. In the future, she'll be a peerless emperor. Discussions could be heard everywhere, especially when they reached the ears of the imperial Xia clan. It was especially ear-piercing. What's the use of having such a high talent? He should be suppressed forever. Otherwise, he'll be a traitor. Xia Zhen snorted and gritted his teeth. However, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Xianyinqing's talent was too high. The higher the talent, the more afraid he was and the more he wanted Xianyinqing to die. Xia Zhen's gaze fell on Lu Ming again. It's all because of Lu Ming. I don't know what method he used to rescue Xianyinqing from the 9 underworlds. Lu Ming, I advise you to surrender. You can't escape today. Surrender and I'll give you a quick death. Xia Zhen said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. All right, make your move. If you can take one move from me, I'll surrender. Lu Ming said contemptuously. You, don't be arrogant. Xia Zhen rebuked. Lu Ming, there's no need for the 8th prince to take you down. I'll kill you. A middle-aged man stepped out. His aura was strong and his eyes were cold. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a 7th-level spirit god expert. All right, Venerable Su, capture Lu Ming for this prince and you'll be heavily rewarded. Xia Zhen was overjoyed and said. This man was a venerable guardian of the royal family. He was strong and had a 7th-level spirit god cultivation. With him taking action, he could definitely capture Lu Ming. You want to take action? All right, get over here and die. Chapter 1165. Young people are so arrogant. They will die young. Venerable Su's eyes were cold. He took a few steps forward and quickly approached Lu Ming. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. Whoosh! A soft whip appeared in his hands. The soft whip was covered with hooks. Under the sunlight, it flickered coldly. He waved the soft whip and it grew rapidly. In the end, it became more than 10 miles long. Like a venomous snake, it coiled toward Lu Ming. The soft whip cut through the air, making an ear-piercing sound. A hideous crack appeared in the space. In the face of such an attack, Lu Ming's face was calm. His body swayed slightly and dodged the attack. He took a step forward and charged towards Venerable Su. You can't escape. Inescapable net, 10,000 layers of death. Venerable Su shouted. The soft whip was like a real dragon circling in the air. It turned into layers of whip shadows. Like an inescapable net, it wrapped around Lu Ming and sealed off all his escape routes. Why should I escape? Just break it. A calm voice came out. Lu Ming's body was filled with the roar of a dragon. His true yuan boiled as he punched out. Boom! This punch seemed to move the entire space, causing it to explode. A terrifying fist energy rushed towards the whip shadows. Those whip shadows were like broken branches, instantly collapsing, turning into fragments that scattered in all directions. The terrifying force even rushed along the soft whip towards Venerable Su. His face changed drastically. His body trembled and he retreated. Whoosh! A figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of him. Not good. Venerable Su was shocked. He subconsciously punched out and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! Lu Ming threw out another punch. It was as fast as lightning. Even though he launched later, it reached Venerable Su's chest first. Supremacy Su let out a cry of despair as his entire body exploded. Even his spirit deity was not spared. The power of devouring erupted and shrouded Venerable Su. His essence, qi, and spirit were all devoured by Lu Ming. Your lackey is dead. You don't want to fight personally? Lu Ming looked at Xia Zhen with disdain. This made Xia Zhen grit his teeth, but in his heart, he was also extremely shocked. A 7th level spirit god expert was actually killed so easily by Lu Ming. Isn't Lu Ming's combat strength too terrifying? The expressions of the other spectators also changed greatly. Lu Ming's strength has greatly increased since the million-year sacrifice. Such astonishing talent is rarely seen in the world. With his current battle prowess, Xie Ninjuan is clearly no match for him. I wonder how he will fare against Long Chen. I don't know, but it's a pity. No matter how talented Lu Ming is today, the outcome is already decided. Don't forget, this is the holy city. Even a ruler might not be able to leave, let alone Lu Ming. While many people were shocked by Lu Ming's battle prowess and talent, they also felt pity for Lu Ming. This was the holy city. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, the outcome was already decided. It's rare to have such cultivation and battle prowess at your age. This old man admires you. If you swear a blood oath and surrender to my imperial Xie family, this old man will plead with the Saint Emperor to spare your life. How about it? A white-haired elder stepped out of the void and walked toward Lu Ming. He had the demeanor of an immortal. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was several times stronger than Venerable Su's. Peak 8th level spirit god. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The white-haired old man didn't hide his cultivation at all. Lu Ming could see it with a glance. You're just an 8th level spirit god. Are you qualified to ask the Saint Emperor to spare me? You think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming curled his lips casually and said disdainfully. This is at least a chance, isn't it? If you refuse, you won't even have a chance. Being looked down upon by Lu Ming, the white-haired old man's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness as he spoke in a deep voice. Huh, with just you? I'm afraid you're not qualified. Lu Ming smiled with even more disdain. Arrogant. You won't have a chance if this old man attacks. The white-haired old man revealed anger in his eyes. A milky white light suffused out from his body, and his gaze was icy cold. Although Lu Ming easily killed a 7th level spirit god expert, he was at the peak of the 8th level. His strength was much stronger than a 7th level spirit god and could easily kill a 7th level spirit god expert. Therefore, he was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming was young after all. No matter how strong he was, it wouldn't be too outrageous. Whoosh! A white sword light bloomed from the white-haired old man's hand. It pierced through the boundless sky and charged towards Lu Ming. This sword was sharp, ruthless, stunning, and terrifying. Just this sword was stronger than the 7th level spirit god realm supremacy Su from before. Dragon roars sounded out from Lu Ming's body. Above his head, the 3rd bloodline appeared. A surge of energy poured into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's strength to increase explosively once again. Bang! He took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The palm force was shocking. It broke open the sky and formed a terrifying palm blade that chopped down on the old man's white sword light. Clang! A sharp explosion sounded out. The white sword light dissipated, and Lu Ming charged towards the old man. The old man's expression changed slightly. The long sword in his hand stabbed out unceasingly. Streaks of snow-white sword light pierced towards Lu Ming like streaks of resplendent sparkling light. The sword light was dense and seemed endless as it poured towards Lu Ming unceasingly. Boom! 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 Lu Ming clenched his fist and struck out unceasingly. Vaguely, Lu Ming's fist seemed to have turned into a prison-suppressing steel that suppressed everything. Dense explosions sounded out in the sky. The white-haired old man's sword light was constantly collapsing. Lu Ming faced the sword light and charged towards the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's expression changed. It became very ugly and dignified. He shouted loudly and his bloodline appeared. He performed bloodline fusion and turned into a milky white battle sword. The battle sword trembled. More and sharper sword light poured towards Lu Ming. Break! 9 dragons appeared. Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons and charged upwards. He broke through all the sword light. The 9 dragons' claws continuously clawed at the milky white battle sword. The milky white battle sword trembled violently and then directly collapsed, revealing the white-haired old man's true body. At this moment, the white-haired old man was in an incomparably sorry state. He no longer had the sage-like demeanor from before. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were ragged. His white robe was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with terror as he desperately charged towards the city walls. At this moment, countless people in the city gasped when they saw this scene. They were extremely shocked. A peak 8th level spirit god expert had been defeated. He had been heavily injured by Lu Ming and had fled in a sorry state. This was too unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. A youth who wasn't even 30 years old could heavily injure a veteran 8th level spirit god expert. Such an example was rarely recorded in the divine desolate continent since ancient times. This had already surpassed common sense. It was too terrifying. Now, many people were doubting whether Long Chen, who was known as the #1 expert in the world, was still a match for Lu Ming. High up in the sky, Xian Yanqing, who was fighting Xian Yanjuan, naturally sensed this scene. Her heart trembled and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming's battle strength had already far surpassed hers. Chapter 1166. You're distracted. Xian Yanqing shouted and launched a storm of attacks. For a moment, she actually suppressed Xian Yanjuan. Xian Yanjuan quickly gathered his thoughts and fought with Xian Yanqing. Below, Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and chased after the white-haired old man. Since you're going to fight, you should be prepared to be killed. Lu Ming's voice came from the 9 dragons' mouths. They stepped out with their dragon claws and their huge bodies were like lightning. They were unbelievably fast and approached the white-haired old man. Save me! Seeing that the 9 dragons were about to catch up, the white-haired old man screamed in horror. He was as panicked as a stray dog. He no longer cared about the demeanor of an expert. At this moment, saving his life was more important. Kill! The 9 dragons shouted and stretched out their claws. A powerful force hit the white-haired old man and almost pierced through his body. He vomited blood and his eyes were filled with fear. Save me! The white-haired old man screamed at the top of his lungs like a helpless young girl facing a group of ferocious bandits. Stop! You're courting death. At this moment, a furious roar came from the city walls of the holy city. A tall figure rushed out and a vast and unfathomable aura burst out. Everyone felt suffocated when they were shrouded by this aura. There was a huge rock pressing down on their hearts and they felt that a disaster was imminent. A sovereign. This word appeared in everyone's mind. It was a sovereign. The sovereign of the imperial family had attacked. Xie Qiyu. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that the person who attacked was Xie Zhen's uncle, the younger brother of the current holy emperor, Xie Qiyu. He was a sovereign. How dare you act so presumptuously in the holy city? I'll cripple you now. A cold voice came out from Xie Qiyu's mouth. Then, he slapped out and a huge palm print formed in the air. It covered the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. Under this palm print, Lu Ming was as small as an ant. However, Lu Ming's face was still calm and there was no change in his eyes. Because at this moment, waves of extremely powerful energy surged into Lu Ming's body. It was Xiao Wan's energy. So what if he's a supreme being? Xie Qiyu, you won't be able to save him today. The 9 dragons roared, their dragon claws clawed at Xie Tianyu's palm. What? He dares to take a supreme being's attack head-on. Courting death, he's courting death. Driven into a corner, he died a heroic death. To be able to die in the hands of a supreme martial artist, his life was not in vain. Many people believed that Lu Ming was at the end of his rope, that he would rather be killed by a supreme being, dying a heroic death. Some people sighed. Could it be that such a rare genius of the divine desolate continent was about to come to an end? However, what happened next left them flabbergasted. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Boom! Boom! The 9 dragons' dragon claws grabbed Xia Qiyu's palm print. Everyone imagined that Xia Qiyu would be directly shattered by the palm print. The scene of him shattering into pieces did not happen. On the contrary, when the dragon claws grabbed him, heaven and earth shook. Xia Qiyu's palm print was actually penetrated by the 9 dragons' dragon claws and collapsed with a loud bang. Everyone was stunned as they watched this scene in disbelief. Not only did Lu Ming block the supreme martial artist's attack, but he also defeated it. How was this possible? What was going on? Most people were completely dumbfounded. Swoosh! After defeating Xia Qiyu's palm print, the 9 dragons clawed out again. A huge dragon claw appeared out of thin air above the white-haired old man's head and clawed down. The white-haired old man had almost escaped to the city wall. He had just heaved a sigh of relief when his eyes suddenly widened. He let out a desperate roar, "No!" Bang! In the next moment, he was crushed by the dragon claw. "I said that since you're going to fight, you'll die." The 9 dragons shrunk and turned into Lu Ming's real body. A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Many people gasped, especially Xia Zhen. His whole body was cold and his face was pale. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. An expert at the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm was first seriously injured and fled for his life. However, he was still killed by Lu Ming on the spot with the help of a supreme martial artist. How arrogant, how arrogant, how overbearing. "Bastard, you're courting death." Xia Qiyu roared. His killing intent was extremely cold. It was so dense that it seemed to be about to materialize. A terrifying aura spread out. The earth-shattering pressure of a supreme martial artist spread towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and quickly retreated. Xia Qiyu's pressure couldn't stop him at all. "Kill!" Xia Qiyu shouted and was about to launch a thunderous attack. "Qiyu, stop!" At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Xia Qitian was slightly stunned when he heard this voice and stopped. The sky suddenly split open, and 3 figures stepped out of the space crack. The person in the lead was slender and burly. He had endless majesty. "Saint Emperor." "Greetings, Saint Emperor." Many people hurriedly bowed. This person was the Saint Emperor, Xia Qitian. On both sides of Xia Qitian stood 2 white-haired old men. Most people had seen them at the million-year sacrifice. They were also sovereigns. 3 sovereigns came out together. Many people trembled in their hearts. At the same time, they were filled with endless doubts. Did the Saint Emperor need to come out personally for Lu Ming? Moreover, there were 2 other sovereigns. Xia Qitian and the 2 sovereigns came out together, stopping the battle between Xia Nianxing and Xia Nianjuan. "I'll spare you today." Xia Nianjuan stared at Xia Nianxing with killing intent in his eyes. "We still don't know who will spare who." Xia Nianxing responded strongly. Then, the 2 retreated separately. Xia Nianxing returned to Lu Ming's side, while Xia Nianjuan went to Xia Qitian's side. Xia Qitian looked at Xia Nianxing with a complicated expression. Then, his gaze fell on Lu Ming. With a dignified look in his eyes, he said, "Since you're here, why don't you come out? There's no need to hide." Xia Qitian's words shocked many people. Could it be that Xia Qitian's target was someone else? Demonic energy spread out from Lu Ming's body. In the end, the demonic energy gathered beside Lu Ming and condensed into a figure. It was Xiao Wan. There's really someone here. Some people were moved. They guessed that the reason why Lu Ming could resist the sovereign's attack just now was related to this person. However, some of them were stunned when they saw Xiao Wan. Then, their pupils and mouths widened. In the end, their bodies trembled violently. "Impossible, how is this possible? Why does he look so similar? How can this be?" These people muttered to themselves in disbelief. In particular, the people from the imperial Xia family, such as Xia Zhen and Xia Qiyu, widened their eyes in horror as if they had seen a ghost. Who is this person? Why do the people from the imperial Xia family look so frightened? Those who had not seen Xiao Wan's portrait or statue were full of doubts. However, they soon found out the answer. Xiao Wan. Chapter 1167. Those two words were like thousands of thunderbolts that exploded in everyone's hearts. Many people were so shocked that they almost jumped up. What? Xiao Wan? The chaotic sky divine emperor? How is that possible? Didn't the chaotic sky divine emperor die 30,000 years ago? How is he still alive? Even if he's not dead, he can't have lived for 30,000 years. What's going on? There was an uproar in the sacred city. Everyone was shouting and yelling in disbelief. It was too shocking. Who didn't know Xiao Wan's name from a powerful force? The current situation in the Middle Continent was all because of one person, Xiao Wan. Such a famous figure, who existed only in legends, who had long been thought to be dead, actually appeared alive. If Xia Qitian hadn't said it, no one would have believed it. Ha ha ha, 30,000 years have passed. I didn't expect anyone to remember me. Xiao Wan laughed. His words silenced all the voices at the scene. Everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Wan. This person was really Xiao Wan. How can this be? Xiao Wan has reappeared. Is the world going to fall into chaos again? Many people had the same thought in their minds. There were also some people who thought of even more. They finally knew why the Xia family of the imperial family activated the divine secret instrument to capture Lu Ming and why they took out a heavenly treasure as a reward. It was all because of Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan and Lu Ming were together. Could it be that Xiao Wan was able to reappear because of Lu Ming? Many people couldn't help but think of that. Hiss. At that moment, the space behind Xiao Wan and Lu Ming split open. Two figures stepped out of it. As soon as the two of them came out, they exuded a domineering aura. It was the aura of an emperor. It's the Wuju's Sword Emperor and the Lightning Saber Emperor. Someone recognized the two of them and exclaimed in surprise. The others were shocked. They didn't expect two more emperors to appear. Was there going to be an earth-shattering battle between emperors today? Xia Qitian, you're really scheming. You know that Xiao Wan has reappeared, but you want to use us to get rid of him and test his strength. The Wuju's Sword Emperor said coldly. This time, the Tianwu sword sect suffered heavy losses. Not only had many spiritual gods been killed, but even a branch had been annihilated. Not only had they lost an honorable in battle, they had even lost the devil fetus. If the devil fetus was refined, it would be able to fight against a ruler. How could the absolute martial sword emperor not be angry? At first, I wasn't sure if Xiao Wan was born. Xia Qitian explained casually. His eyes were still on Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan, I didn't expect you to be alive after being suppressed for 30,000 years. You can even come out. This is really beyond my expectations. I have to thank you for sending Lu Ming into the 9 underworlds. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Speaking of which, you're the one who started all this. I should thank you. Xiao Wan laughed loudly. Many people were shocked. It turned out that the reason Xiao Wan was able to return to the world was actually really because of Lu Ming. In other words, it was Lu Ming who saved Xiao Wan. Some people who knew the inside story sighed. If it weren't for the imperial Xia family imprisoning Xia Nianqing in the 9 underworlds, Lu Ming wouldn't have entered the 9 underworlds. If Lu Ming didn't enter, how could he have saved Xiao Wan? Everything was because of the imperial family. How ironic. Xiao Wan was right. If it weren't for the imperial family, how could Xiao Wan have escaped? Xiao Wan, even if you've escaped, what can you do? You've been suppressed for 30,000 years and your vitality is greatly damaged. Your demonic body is damaged and your strength is far from recovered. Today, I'll kill you completely to prevent future troubles. Xia Qitian said with a cold murderous intent. Besides Xia Qitian, the auras of the other two sovereigns spread out and locked onto Xiao Wan to prevent him from escaping. Absolute Martial Sword Emperor, Lightning Saber Emperor, how about joining forces with me to get rid of CL1 today? I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Xia Qitian looked at Absolute Martial Sword Emperor and Lightning Saber Emperor. Xia Qitian, this is your Xia family's matter. I won't interfere. Absolute Martial Sword Emperor chuckled. I'm not interested either. Lightning Saber Emperor shook his head as well. Murderous intent flashed across the eyes of Xia Qitian and the others as they were unhappy. They knew what the Absolute Martial Sword Emperor and Lightning Saber Emperor were planning. If the imperial family and CL1 were to be injured in the battle, it would be a good thing for the other overlords. They could take the opportunity to weaken the imperial family's strength and even destroy the Xia family. Why would they help the Xia family? Junior, I'm not here to fight with you today. I'm here to give you treasures. CL1 suddenly laughed. Give them treasures? His words not only confused everyone in Sacred City, but even Xia Qitian, Absolute Martial Sword Emperor, and the others were puzzled and confused. CL1, what are you trying to do? Xia Qitian said solemnly. In the ancient records of the Xia family, CL1 was not only unparalleled in combat strength but also in scheming. He had to be wary of him. You'll know when you see. CL1 smiled and stretched out his palm. A golden light bloomed from his hand. It was a golden token. After it appeared, it expanded rapidly and became a giant token that was 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. There were 2 words written on the token, Heavenly King. Xia Qitian, the other 2 sovereigns, Absolute Martial Sword Emperor, and Lightning Saber Emperor widened their eyes when they saw the token. Then, endless greed appeared in their eyes. Heavenly King token, this is the Heavenly King token. The Heavenly King token is in your hands? Sword Emperor Wuju roared. His eyes were blazing with greed. His eyes had turned red. Xia Qitian and the other sovereigns were also staring at the Heavenly King token in CL1's hand. Heavenly King token, it's the legendary Heavenly King token. Some senior domain enlightened spirit gods couldn't help but cry out involuntarily, and they were extremely shocked. This made the others look at each other in confusion. What kind of treasure is this Heavenly King token? It made the sovereigns jealous. The Heavenly King token is indeed very tempting to the sovereigns. Lu Ming thought to himself. On the way here, CL1 had already briefly explained to Lu Ming the use of the Heavenly King token. This world was called the Primordial Realm. It was vast and boundless. Although the Divine Wilderness continent was huge, it was just a grain of sand compared to the entire Primordial Realm. There were countless continents like the Divine Wilderness continent overseas. Some were even several times larger than the Divine Wilderness continent. Some were even dozens or hundreds of times larger. However, the true core of the Primordial Realm was a continent called the Primordial Continent. Legend had it that the Primordial Continent was the true core of the Primordial Realm. It was vast and boundless, and its area was many times larger than the Divine Wilderness Continent. There were countless forces and powerhouses there. Sovereigns were ordinary there, and saints who surpassed sovereigns could be seen everywhere. Over there was an incomparably terrifying force. That kind of force was not something the so-called overlords of the Divine Wilderness Continent could compare to. The difference between heaven and earth was like the difference between heaven and earth. Any one of them could destroy all the forces in the Divine Wilderness Continent. Chapter 1168. The cultivation environment of the Divine Wilderness Continent was too bad for a martial emperor. In the Divine Wilderness Continent, it was almost impossible for a martial emperor to break through and improve. In the Yuanlu, a martial emperor could continuously break through. However, the Yuanlu was also extremely dangerous. There were countless forbidden areas and too many powerful beings. It was extremely dangerous for a martial emperor to travel in the Yuanlu, and they could die at any time. Legend had it that in the history of the Divine Wilderness Continent, there were martial emperors who found the Yuanlu to break through. They wanted to cultivate there, but they all died. If they wanted to cultivate in the Yuanlu, they could only join the major factions and seek protection from them. However, the conditions for the major factions to recruit disciples were too harsh. Ordinary martial emperors could not catch their eyes. Only those with special conditions could join. The Heavenly King Palace was one of the major factions in the Yuanlu. The Heavenly King token was a token issued by the Heavenly King Palace. As long as one had the Heavenly King token, even if one's talent was weak, one could join the Heavenly King Palace and cultivate there. According to Xiao Wan, the Heavenly King token originally belonged to the Imperial Xia family. The reason why the Imperial Xia family was able to prosper was because of the Heavenly King token. Generations of martial emperors had joined the Heavenly King Palace. That was why they were able to dominate the divine wilderness continent for millions of years. However, 30,000 years ago, the Heavenly King token was stolen by Xiao Wan. With the Heavenly King token, one could join the Heavenly King Palace, one of the major factions in the Yuanlu. How tempting was that to a martial emperor? When one reached the martial emperor realm, their goal was to continue breaking through and seek a stronger realm to obtain more lifespan. Otherwise, they might not be able to break through in the divine wilderness continent for the rest of their lives. Who would be willing to watch the end of their lifespan approach and slowly die? Although they could dominate a region in the divine wilderness continent, it was all in vain. When the time was up, they would turn into dust. For a martial artist, only one's realm and strength were real. If they could choose, most of the martial emperors would choose to head to the Yuanlu and join a major faction to seek a stronger realm. Unfortunately, if they headed to the Yuanlu without joining a major faction, the chances of them dying were too high. That was why the martial emperors of the divine wilderness continent stayed on the divine wilderness continent. Otherwise, they would have headed to the Yuanlu to cultivate. The Heavenly King's token was an opportunity. To a ruler, it had a fatal temptation. When Lu Ming heard all of this, he was shocked. The overseas world was much more exciting and mysterious than he had imagined. If there was a chance, Lu Ming would definitely go overseas and experience the Yuanlu. Xiao Wan, the Heavenly King token belongs to the Imperial Xia family. Give it to me now. Xia Qitian could no longer remain calm as he stared at the Heavenly King token with a burning gaze. Xia Qitian, your Xia clan has been in control of the Heavenly King token for 1,000,000 years. Now, it's the turn of the other forces. Xiao Wan, give me the Heavenly King token and I will do my best to protect you. Wuju's Sword Emperor also shouted. Leave it to me, I'm willing to ally with you. The Lightning Saber Emperor also shouted. They were so tempted that they lost all sense of propriety. If they could obtain the Heavenly King token, they could immediately leave the divine wilderness and head overseas to find Yuanlu. They could then join the Heavenly King Hall to cultivate. As for their disciples, how could they compare with their own future? No matter how strong the Imperial Xia family was, they could just leave. You think you can take my Xia clan's Heavenly King token? Die! Xia Qitian shouted as he charged towards Xiao Wan with the other two sovereigns. A wisp of a grin appeared on the corners of Xiao Wan's mouth, and then he suddenly tossed the Heavenly King's token to the Sword Emperor. The Heavenly King token is for you. Xiao Wan shouted as his demonic aura swept up Lu Ming and Xia Nianqing and retreated to the side. The Heavenly King token is mine. Wuju's Sword Emperor was overjoyed as he reached out his hand to grab the Heavenly King token. Don't even think about it. It's mine. On the side, the Lightning Saber Emperor revealed a greedy look. A resplendent saber radiance wrapped in thunderbolts slashed towards Wuju's Sword Emperor. Lightning, you're courting death. Wuju's Sword Emperor was enraged as a vast sword radiance burst out and slashed towards the Lightning Saber Emperor. Boom! When the sword radiance and the lightning saber radiance clashed, the sky was filled with sword chi and saber aura. The space was torn apart by the collision of the sword chi and saber aura like a spider web, covering the entire sky. A few sword chi and saber aura overflowed and slashed the ground below. The ground was split open and a few huge ravines that were more than 10,000 miles long appeared. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the holy city shone and a light barrier rose, blocking the force outside. Otherwise, the entire holy city would not be able to withstand a few rounds of torment. Hand over the Heavenly King token. Xie Qitian and the two sovereigns of the imperial family pounced towards Wuju's Sword Emperor and launched a powerful attack. Holy light filled the sky and a few white suns seemed to have appeared in the sky. The entire holy city was shrouded in milky white holy light. It was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. Boom! 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 The sky and the ground seemed to have experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. The violent tremors caused the entire space to be pierced. Lu Ming looked from afar and could only see a few figures fighting crazily. They fought in the sky and then in the dark space. Whoosh! A sword radiance accidentally overflowed and pierced into the ground. Immediately, an unfathomable hole appeared in the ground. After a while, magma gushed out. That sword had pierced through the earth's crust. The sovereigns were fighting crazily. The scene was too shocking. In the holy city, countless people watched in a daze. They were shocked by such a terrifying scene. If the holy city was not protected by an extremely powerful formation, they would not dare to stand here. Once they were affected by the aftershocks, they would die. Everything that happened today was beyond everyone's expectations. The main characters of today's matter were not involved, but Xie Qitian and the other sovereigns were engaged in a fierce battle. Let's go. They have no time to care about other things. Let's go to the chaotic realm and find the backup I left behind. When I recover my cultivation as a sovereign, I won't have to be afraid of them anymore. Xiao Wan said. Then, he tore through space with Lu Ming and Xie Nianqing and disappeared. 3 days later, a piece of news spread throughout the entire central continent and even the 4 territories at the speed of a hurricane. 3 days ago, Lu Ming went to the holy city and displayed his terrifying combat strength. Then, the chaotic sky emperor, Xiao Wan, who was rumored to have fallen 30,000 years ago, appeared and was rescued by Lu Ming from the netherworld demon realm. That was why the royal family chased after him. In the holy city, Xiao Wan took out the Heavenly King's token, causing an intense battle between the sovereigns. That battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The sun and moon lost their light. It was incomparably tragic. In the end, the Wuju's Sword Emperor was killed by the royal family in that battle. The Lightning Saber Emperor fled with heavy injuries, and the Heavenly King's token fell into the hands of the Xie family. When this news spread out, many people were dumbfounded. Xiao Wan appeared, the sovereigns fought, and a sovereign fell because of this. How many years had it been since a sovereign fell because of a battle? Now, there was one. Chapter 1169. In the eastern part of the Middle Continent, in a large city near the chaotic realm, Lu Ming smiled when he heard the news. The Middle Continent was going to be in chaos. The Tianwu sword sect would definitely go crazy after a sword emperor was killed. It was said that there were 2 sword emperors in the entire Tianwu sword sect. Now that one of them was killed by the royal family, they would definitely seek revenge. Also, the Heavenly King token was a treasure that all emperors coveted. Which emperor wouldn't be tempted? Now that the royal family had obtained it, would the emperors let it go? Impossible. The battle between the emperors had just begun. Next, it would definitely be more intense. There would be an even more intense fight for the Heavenly King token. The Xie family of the royal family might not be able to protect the Heavenly King token. Of course, this was more beneficial to Lu Ming because the royal family would no longer have the time to care about him. They could barely take care of themselves. The most direct manifestation was that the projection of the divine secret apparatus had disappeared. Obviously, the royal family had stopped the operation of the divine secret apparatus and wanted to spend more time on how to protect the Heavenly King token. Fight to your heart's content. Lu Ming smiled. He rose into the air and flew toward the chaotic realm. Soon, Lu Ming flew into the territory of the chaotic realm. After nearly 2 years, Lu Ming came to the chaotic realm again. But now, Lu Ming's cultivation was no longer the same as before. The various forbidden areas and powerful existences in the chaotic realm were no longer a threat to him. Lu Ming didn't slow down at all and flew past at extreme speed. Below, powerful existences felt the terrifying aura on Lu Ming's body and immediately retreated. They didn't dare to make the slightest movement for fear of attracting disaster. Following Ciel Wan's guidance, after flying for tens of millions of miles, Lu Ming came to a dark mountain range. At a glance, the mountain range was black and filled with demonic aura. There were even demonic creatures below. Lu Ming lowered his altitude and flew forward. Roar! Roar! A few demonic beasts roared. Their eyes shone with a ferocious light as they pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped out and a few demonic beasts were smashed into pieces. Lu Ming's body released a terrifying aura. Although the magical beasts had low intelligence, they could still feel fear and retreated. Lu Ming went all the way down and finally came to the edge of a pit. This crater had a radius of 100 miles, and was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom of it. Demonic chi continued to seep out of the pit, and it was extremely dense. This was the place that Ciel Wan had mentioned. Demonic chi flashed, and Ciel Wan's figure appeared. He looked at the pit and muttered, "It's been 30,000 years, I wonder how they are now. Let's go." After saying that, he immediately jumped into the pit. Lu Ming followed suit. The crater was very deep, and only after descending for about 1,000 miles did they reach the bottom. At the bottom, there was a black magic stone with complicated inscriptions carved on it. Ciel Wan's hands moved and inscriptions entered the demon stone. The demon stone began to glow. In the end, it cracked open with a cracking sound, revealing a black vortex. Space door. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a spatial door. Let's go. Ciel Wan was the first to step into the spatial door, and Lu Ming followed closely behind. The space flashed, and in the next moment, Lu Ming realized that they had appeared on top of a mountain. Looking up, there were vast mountains all around, and there was black demonic chi permeating the space. This was a plane. The backup that Ciel Wan had mentioned was actually a plane, and this plane was very similar to the 9 underworlds. Demonic chi surged, and the heaven and earth were filled with demonic chi. However, the heaven and earth spirit chi and origin chi were very thin. The space between his brows flashed, and Xian Yanqing's figure appeared. Xian Yanqing looked at the scene in front of him and was a little surprised. Back then, I was afraid that if I failed, would be suppressed or severely injured, so I found this plane and left some subordinates here to guard it and a place for me to recover. It's been 30,000 years, I wonder how they are now. Ciel Wan opened his mouth and explained. Who is it? How dare you barge into my 10,000 devil abyss? At this moment, a loud shout was heard. In the distance, dozens of figures flew over at an extremely fast speed. Their bodies were filled with demonic chi, and they were all spirit embryo realm martial artists. In an instant, dozens of burly men in black armor appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. All of them stared at them coldly. However, when their gazes landed on Ciel Wan, their expressions changed drastically, revealing looks of disbelief as they exclaimed, "Demonic ancestor, it's the demonic ancestor. How is it possible? The demonic ancestor is still alive?" One of them even waved his hand, and a statue appeared in his hand. This statue was exactly the same as Ciel Wan. Demonic chi surged into the sky, and it had a domineering aura that seemed to dominate the world. It's really the demonic ancestor. They shouted in disbelief. Where's your commander? Call him over. Ciel Wan ordered. The dozens of burly men in armor looked at each other, their eyes still filled with disbelief. The demonic ancestor that they were talking about was Ciel Wan. Obviously, they couldn't believe that Ciel Wan was still alive after 30,000 years. Please wait a moment, we'll go and report this. One of the burly men with the highest cultivation base said, then turned around and left. The others hurriedly followed, turning into dozens of black demonic lights and disappearing from the place. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement at all. No one came here. Xiao Wan frowned slightly and said, "Let's go and take a look." Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing nodded, and the three of them flew forward. After flying over layers of mountains, an incomparably huge city appeared in front of them. At this moment, the huge city was filled with powerhouses. Many armored warriors guarded the surroundings of the huge city as if they were facing a great enemy. Among them, there were more than 10 people whose auras rose and were incomparably terrifying. Supreme Being. These dozen or so people were all Supreme Being experts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It seemed that the place that Xiao Wan left behind was no small matter. There were actually so many powerhouses. Of course, these powerhouses couldn't be those people from 30,000 years ago. They must be the descendants of those people. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, all eyes on the huge city fell on Xiao Wan, causing a commotion. The demonic ancestor, it's exactly the same as the legendary demonic ancestor. Could it be that the demonic ancestor has really returned? Unbelievable. Voices sounded one after another with shocked expressions. Especially the dozen or so supreme-level powerhouses. While they were shocked, their auras became even stronger as they stared at Xiao Wan. "Where's your commander? Who is he? Ask him to come out and see me." Xiao Wan frowned even more, and his cold and commanding voice sounded. No one answered. Even the dozen or so supreme-level powerhouses didn't answer. Instead, their eyes flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. "I'm Xiao Wan, the Chaotic Sky Emperor. Why aren't you greeting me?" Xiao Wan shouted loudly, causing many armored burly men to tremble. "How dare you pretend to be the Chaotic Sky Emperor? You deserve to die." At this moment, a loud shout came from the depths of the huge city. When the voice sounded, heaven and earth shook. An earth-shattering demonic aura soared into the sky, suppressing all directions. An emperor, this was the pressure of an emperor. There was actually an emperor hidden here. Chapter 1170. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. There was actually a demon emperor hiding in this place, but he had never heard of it in the outside world. A demon emperor and so many supreme being powerhouses were enough to establish an overlord force in the outside world and compete with the heroes of the world. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the younger generation of the demon abyss to be so good. There's actually an emperor among them. However, his talent is not bad, and his ambition is not small. Xiao Wan laughed out loud. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Obviously, Xiao Wan was referring to the other party's ambition. Now, he did not want to acknowledge Xiao Wan and dominate by himself. Humph. The other party was wearing a black armor and had a monstrous demonic aura. At this moment, he snorted and said, "I don't know who you are, but you're so bold. You're still a little bit away from becoming an emperor, yet you dare to impersonate the Chaotic Sky Emperor. What a joke." Indeed, Xiao Wan's cultivation had not truly recovered to the emperor realm. He was still a little bit away, so judging from his aura, he was indeed not an emperor. That was also the reason why he was so bold. "You guys, go and see what ability he has to impersonate the Chaotic Sky Emperor." The war-armored demon emperor looked at the dozen or so supreme beings. The faces of the dozen or so supreme beings changed drastically. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. They were hesitating. They had all seen Xiao Wan's statue or portrait before. Those statues or portraits were all engraved with inscriptions. They were able to engrave Xiao Wan's charm and aura on them. They were practically identical to the person before them. How would they dare to attack? What a bunch of trash. The war-armored demon emperor saw that the dozen or so supreme beings did not dare to step forward and could not help but snort coldly. "Don't ask them to come and die. You're very ambitious, but I don't know how strong your combat strength is. Let me test your combat strength." Xiao Wan spoke and strode forward. A powerful and terrifying aura rose from his body. Endless demonic aura gathered above Xiao Wan's head like a demonic cloud. "Humph, you want to fight me when you're not an emperor? You're courting death. Demonic domain. The war-armored demon emperor shouted. A dark domain visible to the naked eye appeared around his body. With him as the center, it spread outwards and spread towards Ciel-1. A domain evolved from intent. It was somewhat similar to Xianyinshing's sky demon force field, but its power was many times stronger. On Ciel-1's body, there was also a black domain spreading out. With him as the center, it spread out. It was also a domain. Their domains were like two bubbles that collided in midair and emanated deafening rumbling. This was a collision between domains. An ordinary domain enlightened spirit gods would be minced into powder if they approached it. Kill. 10 demonic sky strikes. The Warframe Demon Emperor roared and strode forward, unleashing a powerful attack. Sometimes he clenched his fist, sometimes he changed it into a palm. Together with the demon domain, he attacked Ciel-1. Break. Ciel-1's attack was very direct. His muscles bulged like a demonic weapon as he punched out. The punch caused the opponent's domain to tremble violently, and it was almost pierced through. Then, the punch collided with the opponent's palm. The sky exploded like a clap of thunder. The two figures trembled and retreated. Immortal devil body, it's the immortal devil body. It really is the devil ancestor. Several supreme beings cried out in alarm, incredibly shocked. In the divine wilderness continent, there were many who cultivated the demonic path, and there were more than one or two who became emperors as demons. However, there was only one person who cultivated the immortal devil body in 1,000,000 years, and that was Ciel-1. The other demon emperors broke through to the emperor realm and cultivated the spirit body, but they were not as strong as the immortal devil body. Spirit bodies were also divided into strong and weak. The immortal devil body was one of the stronger spirit bodies. Even if Ciel-1 was still a little bit away from recovering to the emperor realm, with the immortal devil body and his combat experience, he could fight against ordinary emperors. If some people still had some doubts before, they no longer had any doubts when the immortal devil body appeared. Chaotic demonic art, chaos of heaven and earth. However, the Warframe Demon Emperor's killing intent was even stronger. He performed an unparalleled demonic art, and endless demonic energy gathered. A terrifying aura filled the world as if it was going to turn the world upside down. However, Ciel-1's eyes were calm, and there was even a hint of a sneer in his eyes. His body directly rushed into the endless demonic energy. You're courting death. The Warframe Demon Emperor revealed a ferocious expression and was about to attack Ciel-1, but suddenly, his expression changed drastically. The endless demonic energy suddenly trembled violently, and his body also trembled violently. Then, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale. Swoosh! Ciel-1 rushed out and struck the Warframe Demon Emperor with a palm that blotted out the sky. Bang! The Warframe Demon Emperor's armor was pierced through, and his body emitted cracking sounds of bones breaking. However, Ciel-1 did not stop. Following that, he threw another punch. This punch smashed half of the Warframe Demon Emperor's body and caused it to explode. I created the chaotic demonic art. Back then, I passed it to the demon abyss and left a flaw. I was afraid that one day, the demon abyss or the descendants of the demon abyss would rebel. Ciel-1's voice was very cold. Just now, the Warframe Demon Emperor used the chaotic demonic art, but Ciel-1 caught the flaw and severely injured him. Ciel-1 had already left a backup plan. Ciel-1's claw grabbed the Warframe Demon Emperor's neck and said with killing intent, "Traitors should be killed." "No, demon ancestor, please spare me, please spare me. Everything is a misunderstanding. I thought someone was impersonating you, so I wanted to test it out." The Warframe Demon Emperor struggled with all his might and begged for mercy loudly. Half of his body was smashed, but as an emperor who had cultivated a spirit body, his vitality was terrifying. Even if half of his body was smashed, he could quickly recover. Regrowing a broken limb was very simple for an emperor. Oh. Is that so? Ciel-1's gaze was still cold, and he had a faint smile on his face. Yes, yes. If I knew that it was you, demon ancestor, I wouldn't have dared to make a move even if I had 10,000 guts. Don't worry, demon ancestor, since you have returned to the world, I will definitely be loyal to you in the future. The Warframe Demon Emperor shouted. Is that so? Originally, I would definitely kill a traitor, but now, I am in need of people, so I can spare your life. Make a blood oath and I will give you a chance to redeem yourself in the future. Xiao Wan said. The Warframe Demon Emperor was helpless. At this moment, in order to save his life, he could only make a blood oath to be loyal to Xiao Wan. Only then did Xiao Wan release the Warframe Demon Emperor. The Warframe Demon Emperor panted heavily. Demonic chi spread all over his body and he began to recover. What is your name? Xiao Wan asked the Warframe Demon Emperor. Subordinate Imo Yi greets the demon ancestor. The Warframe Demon Emperor said respectfully. Subordinate welcomes the return of the demon ancestor. The others also bowed. I have been trapped for 30,000 years and need the 10,000 demon pool to recover. Bring me there. Xiao Wan instructed. Mo Yi, the dozen or so supremes, and some spirit gods hurriedly nodded. Lu Ming, little girl, come with me. I have something to say. Xiao Wan looked at Lu Ming and Xianyanqing. The two nodded and followed Xiao Wan, Mo Yi, and the others. They flew past the huge city and arrived at a huge mountain peak. Chapter 1171. Little girl, I've said that if you save me, I'll pass on my legacy to you. I won't go back on my word. With that, Xiao Wan pointed at Xianyanqing's forehead, and a black light flashed and disappeared. I've already imparted my life's worth of cultivation experience and demonic arts to you. However, everyone's path is different. You can use it as a reference, but you can't copy it. Also, there's a demonic palace here. You can enter it to cultivate. It'll be very beneficial to your cultivation. Xiao Wan said. Xianyanqing closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. He then nodded and cupped his fists. Thank you, senior. Although we've been apart for more than 30,000 years, our fates are similar. There's no need to be polite. Xiao Wan laughed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Xiao Wan was a man of his words. To be honest, along the way, although Lu Ming had the idea of borrowing Xiao Wan's power, he had always been wary of Xiao Wan. At this moment, his wariness had lessened. At this moment, Xiao Wan looked at Lu Ming. Demonic chi gathered in his palm and condensed into a black token. He handed it to Lu Ming and then looked at Mo Yi and the rest. Brother Lu Ming is my benefactor. In the future, seeing him is like seeing me. He can walk freely anywhere in the 1,000 demon abyss. Do you understand? We understand. Mo Yi and the rest bowed. Also, the outside world is in chaos. Send people to keep an eye on the outside world. When I come out of the 1,000 demon abyss, I'll take you out and dominate the divine wilderness mainland. Xiao Wan said loudly, full of confidence. The demon ancestor is invincible. We'll follow your orders. Mo Yi and the rest bowed again. Xiao Wan nodded, then turned to look at the middle of the mountain and strode forward. The array seemed to recognize Xiao Wan and did not react. Soon, Xiao Wan's figure disappeared. Mo Yi and the rest were shocked. The array of the 1,000 demon abyss was extremely terrifying. Even an emperor like Mo Yi could not break it, but Xiao Wan walked in easily without any hindrance. Obviously, this was the trump card left behind by Xiao Wan all those years ago. Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, the demon ancestor needs time to recover. The two of you can move around freely. If you need anything, feel free to look for me. Mo Yi looked at Lu Ming and Xianyanqing and smiled. He could see that Xiao Wan seemed to value Lu Ming and Xianyanqing very much. He even passed down his mantle to Xianyanqing in front of them. Naturally, he had to treat him politely. You're being too courteous, Demon Emperor. Please feel free to do as you wish. If there's anything else, I'll go and disturb you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right then, feel free to walk around. We won't disturb you anymore. Moe said. Then, he left with the others and arranged for people to go out and scout for information. Xiaoqing, shall we take a walk? Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's hand and said. Sure. Xian Yanqing nodded. The two of them held hands and walked in the air, casually strolling around. Now that Xiaowan had recovered more and more, the restraint of the prison-suppressing steel on him was getting smaller and smaller. He could stay away from Lu Ming without being affected. The two of them strolled around and chatted. During this period of time, the two of them had been running around and did not get along well. On a mountain peak, the two of them leaned against each other. The two of them quietly enjoyed this peace and tranquility. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the two of them did not cultivate and only got along quietly. 3 days later, Xian Yanqing went to the demon hall to cultivate in seclusion. They knew very well that the divine wilderness continent was about to fall into chaos. In such an environment, the only foundation was to increase one's own cultivation. Otherwise, they would be drowned by the flood sooner or later. Compared to those overlord forces, they were still too weak. As for Xiaowan, they knew very well that it was just an exchange of benefits. They saved Xiaowan, and Xiaowan might help them once or twice. However, it would not last long. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. However, before Xian Yanqing went to cultivate in seclusion, Lu Ming imparted the Divine Gate 9 seals to Xian Yanqing. After Xian Yanqing cultivated the Divine Gate 9 seals, his combat strength would be stronger. Xian Yanqing entered the demon hall to cultivate in seclusion. Lu Ming also prepared to cultivate in seclusion on a mountain peak not far from the 10,000 demon pool. However, there was one more thing to do before he went into seclusion. With a wave of his hand, a pile of storage rings appeared. These storage rings were left behind by the enemies he killed during this period. Many of them were left behind by high-level spirit god experts. Lu Ming had not checked them all this time. Now that he had time, it was a good time to do so. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram and began to sort out the items in the storage rings one by one. After he finished counting, even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded by the amount of wealth. There were more than 1 billion ores. More than 1 billion ores, what kind of terrifying wealth was this? It's enough for me to use for a long time. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In addition, there were a lot of profound crystals of various grades, and their value was shocking. There were some low-grade, middle-grade, and even high-grade profound crystals that Lu Ming had no use for, but he kept them for the Lu family, Hua Qi, and the others. They would be of great use in the future. There were also various kinds of spiritual pills, spiritual herbs, spiritual weapons, and so on. After all, there were dozens of high-level spiritual god experts among them. The wealth they had left behind was too shocking. Lu Ming was grinning from ear to ear. He sorted them all and put them away. During this time, Dandan smelled the spiritual herbs and rushed over. Lu Ming gave him some of the spiritual herbs and told him to recover well. After counting, Lu Ming began to comprehend the intent realm under the Enlightenment ancient tree with the help of the profound crystals. Now, Lu Ming had enough ores. As long as he had a breakthrough in the intent realm, he could use the ores to increase his cultivation. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, Lu Ming sensed something and came out of the mountain river diagram. He looked in the direction of the 10,000 demon pool. Above the 10,000 demon pool, demonic clouds gathered and demonic qi filled the sky. A supreme pressure spread out. Lu Ming knew that Xiaowan had come out of seclusion. Buzz! Lu Ming's spine glowed. Lu Ming felt that the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel was vibrating slightly. With a thought, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew towards the 10,000 demon pool. Whoosh! Demonic qi surged and finally gathered together. Xiaowan's figure appeared. After 3 months, the aura emitted from Xiaowan's body was terrifying. It was as vast as an abyss and unfathomable. Every single one of his muscles seemed to possess a destructive power that could destroy everything. Lu Ming understood that Xiao had completely recovered to the ruler realm. As for what level he had reached, Lu Ming had no idea. At this moment, Mo Yi and the others also flew over. However, with a wave of Xiao hand, they all stopped in the distance and did not approach. Buzz! At this moment, the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel flew out from Lu Ming's body. It quickly grew to the size of a mountain and flew towards Xiao, floating above his head. Boom! Chapter 1172. Bang! 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 Subsequently, Xiao palm continuously slapped the remnant piece of the prison-suppressing monument. After 36 consecutive slaps, the remnant piece of the prison-suppressing monument hummed and flew back to Lu Ming, floating above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming sensed carefully and noticed that Xiao had completely broken free from the suppression of the prison-suppressing monument and was completely free. Xiao had said before that he could only completely break free from the suppression of the prison-suppressing monument once he recovered his Emperor Realm cultivation. Huff! Xiao let out a long breath, and his eyes revealed excitement. He had been suppressed by the prison-suppressing monument for 30,000 years, and at this moment, he could be considered to have truly broken free. Lu Ming looked at Xiao and didn't say anything. At this moment, Xiao also looked at Lu Ming. Their eyes met, and each of them had their own thoughts. After a short while, Xiao spoke first. Lu Ming, how about we form an alliance? Lu Ming was slightly stunned by these words. Now, Xiao had completely broken free from the suppression of the prison-suppressing monument. Lu Ming thought of many things that Xiao would say, even turning hostile. Lu Ming thought of all of them, but he never expected that Xiao would actually want to form an alliance with him. Xiao was a figure that roamed the world, and his cultivation had already recovered to the Emperor realm. Coupled with Mo Yi and other powerful subordinates, his strength was formidable. As for Lu Ming, he was only at the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Why would Xiao form an alliance with him? What did an alliance represent? It represented that both sides were equal, on equal footing. Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, I know you're surprised. To be honest, with your current strength, you're simply not qualified to form an alliance with me. However, your talent is something I've never seen before in my life. Perhaps I'll need your help in the future. Xiao seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts and explained. What are your specific conditions? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, he was very tempted to form an alliance with Xiao. His current strength was still weak. Not to mention that the Talisman Puppet sect was currently trapped. Even if it wasn't, there were no sovereigns overseeing it. It would be very difficult for them to contend against the Overlord forces. He indeed needed powerful reinforcements. If he could really form an alliance with Xiao and be on equal footing without being restricted by Xiao, it would be a good choice. My condition is very simple. I have my eyes on your future. With your talent, you will definitely become an emperor in the future. It won't be too difficult for you to surpass me in the future. With your talent, the Divine Wilderness Continent is not your final destination. In the future, you will most likely step out of the Divine Wilderness Continent. My condition is that if you step out of the Divine Wilderness Continent in the future and join a great force in the Yuan Continent, you have to think of a way to let me join that great force as well. Xiao opened his mouth and stated his condition. Xiao words were very direct. It was clear that Xiao was interested in his future. This was like an investment. He wanted to invest in Lu Ming. A cultivator should pursue the peak of the martial Tao and fight against the heavens. An emperor can only live for 10,000 years, at most 20,000 years, before turning into dust. Only by breaking through to a higher realm can one fight for more lifespan. It is said that a saint can live for 100,000 years. How carefree is that? Only one's cultivation is real. Everything else is just an empty title. Unfortunately, I have been suppressed for 30,000 years and have long passed my peak age. It is already impossible for me to join a great force like the Yuan continent. Xiao Wan sighed and a yearning look appeared in his eyes. The peak of the martial Tao and an even longer lifespan were the lifelong pursuits of every cultivator. From Xiao Wan's words, Lu Ming could hear the helplessness in his tone. Originally, with Xiao Wan's talent, if he hadn't been suppressed for 30,000 years, it was possible for him to join a great force in the Yuan continent. But now, it was impossible and he needed help. Therefore, he proposed such a condition to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was even higher than his when he was young. Lu Ming, this is my condition. If you agree, we will form an alliance and be on equal footing. My force will be your force. I can help you deal with strong enemies. I guess you must have offended many strong enemies along the way. Xiao Wan stared at Lu Ming and said, "All right, I agree." Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Xiao Wan made it clear. In fact, this was an exchange of interests. Sometimes, Lu Ming was more willing to believe in an exchange of interests as it was more realistic. If Xiao Wan had said that he agreed to form an alliance with Lu Ming to thank him for saving his life, Lu Ming wouldn't have believed him. All right. Xiao Wan was delighted. He waved his hand in the air and a complicated blood-red inscription pattern appeared. I will now swear a blood oath to form an alliance with Lu Ming. Xiao Wan was decisive. He immediately swore a blood oath to form an alliance with Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming also noticed the blood oath. All of you, come here. Xiao Wan looked at Mo Yi and the others. Mo Yi and the others flew over. As you saw just now, Lu Ming and I have formed an alliance. We are on equal footing. I announce that from now on, Lu Ming and I will be the supreme commanders. His authority is the same as mine. From now on, seeing him is like seeing me. Do you understand? Xiao Wan instructed. I understand. Although Mo Yi and the others had 1,000 doubts in their hearts, they could only nod. Was this young man's talent really higher than the demon ancestors? Mo Yi and the others found it hard to believe. Mo Yi, during this period of time, you have sent people to inquire about the outside world. How is the situation in Zhongzhou state now? Xiao Wan asked. It's chaotic. The outside world is in chaos. Immediately, Mo Yi introduced the information he had gathered during this period of time. Ever since Xiao Wan took out the Heavenly King token in the Holy City, a battle between emperors had begun. The world was shocked when Wu Ju and Emperor Wu were killed. Following that, the emperors of the various overlord forces in Zhongzhou state moved out and gathered in the Holy City to fight for the Heavenly King token. In the end, the imperial family was forced to hand over the Heavenly King token under pressure. As a result, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the emperors. That battle could be said to be the most intense and tragic battle after Xiao Wan's rebellion 30,000 years ago. More than 20 emperors participated in the battle, and a terrifying battle unfolded. In that battle, many emperors were injured, and 2 of them even died on the spot. In the end, the Heavenly King token fell into the hands of the heaven-guarding divine army. After this battle, Zhongzhou state was in complete chaos. First, the Xia family of the imperial family gathered their allied forces and sent out an army to attack the heaven-guarding divine army. The heaven-guarding divine army was not to be outdone. They also joined forces with their allied forces and mobilized an army to fight a fierce battle with the imperial family. As for the other overlord forces that did not participate in the battle between the 2 forces, they also began to attack each other. In the past, although the major forces were constantly in conflict with each other, they were still controlled on a small scale and maintained a delicate balance. However, in the battle for the Heavenly King token, the balance was completely broken. The Xia family of the imperial family and the heaven-guarding divine army attacked each other. The remaining overlord forces also took the opportunity to expand their strength and fought endlessly. Chapter 1173. The worst were Ji family and Sky Eagle Fort. In the battle for the Heavenly King token, the 2 sovereigns who died were the sovereigns of Ji family and Sky Eagle Fort. These 2 forces only had 1 sovereign each. Now that their sovereigns were dead, they naturally became the target of the other forces. Now, these two overlords had been destroyed. Only 16 of the 18 overlords of Central Continent were left. How cruel was it to destroy an overlord just like that? How are the forces near the Chaos Realm? Lu Ming asked. Mo Yi answered honestly, Cold Blood Hall and Floating Mountain are the closest to the realm of chaos. After Eagle Emperor of Sky Eagle Castle fell, Cold Blood Hall reacted the fastest. They immediately sent an army to attack Sky Eagle Castle and divided up most of their territory. Some of the experts of Sky Eagle Castle also surrendered to Cold Blood Hall, which greatly increased their strength. Now, Cold Blood Hall is at war with Floating Mountain. Today, Cold Blood Hall seems to have attacked Floating Mountain's headquarters. Cold Blood Hall. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Cold Blood Hall had always held a grudge against him. How are the other territories? Did they fight? Xiao Wan asked. The Northern Plains fought. Earlier, sovereigns from the Northern Plains fought for the Heavenly King token. But now, the Northern Plains seems to be in a civil war. The forces in the Northern Plains are fighting with each other. They did not intervene in Central Continent's affairs. However, Western Desert, Southern Ming, and Eastern Wilderness did not fight. No sovereigns fought for the Heavenly King token. Mo Yi answered. Southern Ming and Eastern Wilderness did not fight? Lu Ming and Xiao Wan were surprised. It made sense that Western Desert did not fight. Western Desert had a long history. There were rumors that Western Desert had a strong background and seemed to be related to the overseas. But it was strange that Southern Ming and Eastern Wilderness did not fight. Especially the emperors of the underworld in Southern Ming. They were all very powerful, aggressive, and greedy. They did nothing in the face of the Heavenly King token. Even the sovereigns of Eastern Wilderness did not participate. This was very strange. Senior, what should we do now? After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming asked Xiao Wan. Go to the Northern Plains. I don't mind telling you, I've left a backup plan in the Northern Plains. The Northern Plains Overlord Force, Demon God Valley, is the backup plan I've left behind. We'll go to the Northern Plains first and unify the Northern Plains major forces. Then, we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. We'll see the situation of the Central Continent and then make our plans. Xiao Wan laughed. Lu Ming was secretly shocked, thinking that the other party was indeed the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor, who was able to cause the collapse of the ancient Saint dynasty when it was at its peak. He was truly unfathomable. Even if he was suppressed, he still left behind a series of backup plans. However, if we want to go to the Northern Plains, we will need to use the Transcendent Domain Teleportation Array. Now that there is a war, who would want to borrow our Transcendent Domain Teleportation Array? We have to destroy an overlord before we can use their trans-territory teleportation array. Lu Ming spoke, seeing where the problem lay. That's right. So now, we have to destroy Cold Blood Hall and Floating Mountain. Lu Ming, which one do you think we should destroy? Xiao Wan said. Destroy Cold Blood Hall. Floating Mountain and I are old friends. Maybe we can form an alliance. Lu Ming said. Okay, then we will destroy Cold Blood Hall. Mo Yi, assemble the army and set off immediately. Xiao Wan ordered. Mo Yi and the others went to assemble the army. Lu Ming walked in the void and came to a tall and ancient palace. This ancient palace was the demonic palace, where Xian Yanqing was cultivating in seclusion. Not long after Lu Ming arrived, Xian Yanqing appeared at the entrance of the ancient palace. Little Qing, let's go. I will take you back to the Eastern Wilderness. Lu Ming pulled Xian Yanqing's little hand. Lu Ming had another purpose for this battle. If Cold Blood Hall was destroyed, Lu Ming could use their trans-territory teleportation array to link up with the Talisman Puppet Sect. In this way, the Talisman Puppet Sect could use the trans-territory teleportation array to send people directly to Cold Blood Hall. In this way, the Talisman Puppet Sect siege would be lifted. Even if DE broke through the Yin and Yang formation, there would be nothing to be afraid of. In addition, Lu Ming also wanted to see if he could use the power of Xiao Wan and Mo, the two demon emperors, to get rid of De. If he could get rid of De, then it would be once and for all, and there would be no future trouble. Lu Ming, has Xiao Wan recovered? Xian Yanqing asked with some worry in his eyes. Obviously, Xian Yanqing did not trust Xiao Wan. This was a demon emperor who could shake heaven and earth. If he fully recovered and got rid of the shackles of the fragments of the prison-suppressing steel, who knew what he would do? Xian Yanqing was also worried. Don't worry, Xiao Wan and I have formed an alliance. Then, Lu Ming told him about Xiao Wan forming an alliance with him. After hearing this, Xian Yanqing was relieved. Rumble. Iron hooves stepped on the air, shaking the void of the myriad demon abyss, and demonic chi soared into the sky. More than 100,000 soldiers, wearing battle armor and riding powerful demonic beasts, jumped in the sky, and the void kept shaking. The 100,000 soldiers were all experts of the spirit sea realm and above. This was equivalent to the army of an overlord force. The army of an overlord force had the spirit sea realm as the soldiers, the spirit embryo as the backbone, and the spirit god as the general. They could destroy heaven and earth. 100,000 people, riding demonic beasts, gathered in the sky above the giant city. At the front, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan stood side by side. Behind them, Xian Yanqing, Mo, and more than 10 supreme beings stood. This battle is our first battle. After this battle, we will walk out of the myriad demon abyss and establish ourselves in the boundless territory of the divine wilderness continent. Are you confident? Xiao Wan's voice came from afar. Yes. The army of 100,000 roared, and their momentum shook the sky. Good, in this battle, our target is the Overlord force, Cold Blood Hall. We have received news that Cold Blood Hall's main force is besieging Floating Mountain. In this battle, we will split into two groups. One group will be led by General Lu Ming to kill the Cold Blood Hall army attacking Floating Mountain, with Mo as support. The other group will follow me to attack Cold Blood Hall's lair. Let's go. After Xiao Wan's announcement, the army set off. Let's go. Lu Ming led the main force and set off first, heading straight for Floating Mountain. Rumble. A total of 80,000 soldiers, riding demonic beasts, stepped on the void, and followed Lu Ming out of the myriad demon abyss, flying toward Floating Mountain. Lu Ming rode on a great perfection spirit god demonic beast, flying at the front. Looking at the powerful army behind him, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Ming knew that this army did not belong to him, but to Xiao Wan. Although he was still weak, Lu Ming was confident that he would soon be able to dominate the divine wilderness continent, have his own invincible army, and conquer the world. That day won't be too far away. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with confidence. After leaving the Chaos Realm, Mo took out a huge warship. The 80,000 soldiers all boarded the warship, and Mo steered the warship, flying toward Floating Mountain at top speed. Of course, they could not fly to Floating Mountain, as it was too far away. Many Sea of Soul Realm martial artists had to fly, and no one knew how long it would take. With Mo's warship, it would be many times faster. Chapter 1174. The beautiful Floating Mountain was now engulfed in the flames of war. Cold Blood Hall had sent out almost all of its forces to attack Floating Mountain. Floating Mountain had activated its defensive formation, but after days of attacks from Cold Blood Hall, its defensive formation was already on the verge of collapse. A fierce battle was still going on. Blood dyed the divine mountain red. Cold Blood Hall had always been stronger than Floating Mountain. In addition, Cold Blood Hall had acted quickly this time and occupied a large portion of Sky Eagle Fort's territory. Many powerful existences in Sky Eagle Fort had surrendered to Cold Blood Hall, which allowed Cold Blood Hall to completely suppress Floating Mountain. Boom! 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 A terrifying roar came from the depths of the sky. It was the battle between Cold Blood Hall and Floating Mountain. It was extremely fierce, and it was hard to tell who would win. The battle was even more intense in various parts of Floating Mountain. Cold Blood Hall and Sky Eagle Castle had many more Supremes than Floating Mountain Sect. In terms of Supreme experts and advanced spirit gods, Cold Blood Hall had far more Supreme experts than Floating Mountain. Caw. Caw. In some parts of Floating Mountain, the defensive formation had collapsed. Giant eagles were circling in the sky, launching terrifying attacks. They were all Sky Eagle Fort experts. Sky Eagle Fort experts had just surrendered, so naturally, they were eager to be put in an important position by Cold Blood Hall. Huh, Floating Mountain, let's see how long you can last. Jing Kongling, when we break Floating Mountain, I'll make you beg for mercy under my crotch. Sanguinarum stood in the air, looking at Floating Mountain from afar and laughing coldly. Beside him, there were many experts following him. This time, the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall had given Shweluazi a lot of power and given him command of a powerful army. Obviously, he wanted to train Shweluazi as his successor. Sanguinarum was Cold Blood Hall's future hope. Put in more effort to break Floating Mountain. When the time comes, you'll be rewarded. Cold Blood Hall's voice came from afar. His face was beaming with joy, high-spirited and full of lofty sentiments. Sky Eagle Fort, an overlord force that had been fighting with Cold Blood Hall, was still destroyed by them. Een Bupo, a powerful second-class genius, was killed by Sanguinarum in the end. Cold Blood Hall's strength had skyrocketed. Floating Mountain was about to be taken down. Sanguinarum could already see himself becoming the emperor in the future, leading Cold Blood Hall experts to conquer the central continent. Jing Kongling, Sandalwood Fairy, Lu Yusin, Xian Yinjuan, you're all mine. Sooner or later, I'll take you all. Sanguinarum's imagination. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening rumble sounded in the sky. It was as if there were thousands of savage beasts trampling on the sky. A loud explosion interrupted Shweluazi's daydream. What's going on? He asked coldly. A blood-robed old man looked behind him with a solemn expression. Cold Blood Hall's heart sank as he asked. Demonic chi is soaring. Could it be Demon Mountain's army? It shouldn't be. Demon Mountain can't even take care of itself now. How could they have the strength to come here? The blood-robed elder frowned and whispered. Rumble. The tremors in the sky grew stronger and stronger. The entire sky was trembling slightly. Cold Blood Hall experts gathered to set up defenses and watched from afar. Gradually, demonic chi soared into the sky. Countless experts in black armor rode demonic beasts and rushed over. Finally, they stopped 1,000 miles away from Cold Blood Hall. Which force do you belong to? We are Cold Blood Hall. May I know what you're here for? Cold Blood Hall stepped out and spoke first. We're here to destroy Cold Blood Hall. A voice rang out as two figures stepped into the air and appeared in front of the crowd. It's you, Lu Shaoqing, no, Lu Ming. Sanguinarum's pupils shrank as he exclaimed in disbelief. It was Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing who stepped out. The other experts of Cold Blood Hall also widened their eyes in shock. A few months ago, the Xia family of the imperial family activated the divine secret instrument in order to capture Lu Ming, shocking the entire central continent. But in the end, not only did they fail to capture Lu Ming, but a series of major events also happened. It could be said that all of this started because of Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming appeared in Sacred City, he had disappeared with Xiao Wan. Who would have thought that he would reappear now? Lu Ming had appeared, so where was Xiao Wan? Fear flashed in the eyes of Cold Blood Hall experts as they solemnly glanced at Lu Ming and the others. Xiao Wan's name was so well known that it made them fearful. No need to look. The chaotic Sky Divine Emperor is not here. Lu Ming said faintly. Lu Ming, what are you talking about? Sanguinarum asked. Didn't I tell you just now? Destroying Cold Blood Hall? It seems that your ears are not working well. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Destroying Cold Blood Hall? Humph, what a boast. Even if Xiao Wan came in person, he wouldn't dare to say that. The imperial family has long spread the news that Ciel has been suppressed for 30,000 years and has damaged his foundation. He is no longer an emperor. Don't think that we are afraid of him. Besides, he is not here yet. Elder Yuan, go and cripple Lu Ming. Sanguinarum gritted his teeth and said. Kill. A scarlet-robed elder unleashed a terrifying aura as he charged toward Lu Ming. Supreme, this was a supreme. You're courting death. Behind Lu Ming, a burly man stepped out with a giant axe and chopped at the scarlet-robed elder. Boom. The two of them trembled and retreated after exchanging a blow. Supreme. Sanguinarum's face darkened. Senior, I don't know why you were bewitched by Lu Ming, but it won't do anyone any good to go against Cold Blood Hall because of him. Everyone, can you give us face and hand over Lu Ming and leave? Cold Blood Hall will reward you handsomely. Sanguinarum cupped his fists and said to the burly man. In his heart, he was open to negotiation for anything. He speculated that these experts might be Ciel subordinates, but even if Ciel came in person, conditions were negotiable. He speculated that these diabolism experts had come with Lu Ming to attack Cold Blood Hall because Lu Ming had promised them something. But how could a mere Lu Ming's offer compare to Cold Blood Hall's? How could a mere Lu Ming compare to Cold Blood Hall's value? As long as he persuaded these diabolism experts to take down Lu Ming, it would be a piece of cake. What an idiot. Young Master Lu Ming is the supreme commander of our army. He's on an equal footing with the Lord of Chaos Heaven Demon. You want us to hand him over? The burly man waved his battle axe and sneered. What? What? Supreme Commander? On an equal footing with the Lord of Chaos Heaven? Sanguinarum and the rest of Cold Blood Hall were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was the supreme commander of these people and was on an equal footing with Ciel. How could this be? How could Lu Ming do that? Kill. Destroy Cold Blood Hall. Chapter 1175. Demonic chi surged like thunder. Following Lu Ming's order, terrifying existences stepped out from behind him and charged at the Cold Blood Hall experts. The Cold Blood Hall experts, including Sanguinarum, turned pale. The experts charging at them were too powerful. There were no less than 6 or 7 supreme masters and many advanced spiritual gods. Kill, kill, kill them all. Shueluazi shrieked, while his body retreated. Kill. The experts from both sides collided, creating a shocking shockwave. Black demonic chi and crimson demonic chi soared into the sky and pervaded the area. Bang! Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum, you managed to escape with your life amulet in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. Today, I'll take your life. Lu Ming stared at Sanguinarum and walked toward him step by step. Sanguinarum's face darkened. He retreated quickly and roared, "Kill him! Lu Ming, die!" Beside Sanguinarum, a middle-aged man in a crimson robe charged at Lu Ming. He was a spiritual god of perfection expert. However, as soon as he appeared, another expert rushed out from behind Lu Ming and blocked him. Now, let's see who can save you. Lu Ming said. The spiritual god of perfection expert was the last expert by Sanguinarum's side. The rest were not worth mentioning. Kill him. Sanguinarum continued to yell. 2 LV7 spiritual god experts charged at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming struck out with 2 palms and the 2 LV7 spiritual god experts were torn to pieces. How could this be? Sanguinarum's face turned pale. Lu Ming killed 2 LV7 spiritual god experts with 1 palm. How could he be so powerful? Today, no one can save you. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and quickly approached Sanguinarum. Save me. Patriarch, save me. Sanguinarum screamed in fright. Lu Ming could even kill an expert at the 7th level of the spirit god realm with a flip of his hand, let alone him. He was really scared. The other experts of Cold Blood Hall wanted to help, but they were all entangled by their opponents and could not get away. As for some experts, they were further away and couldn't make it in time. Bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar came from the sky. Then, a blood-red light broke through the sky, carrying an aura that could destroy everything as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Ancestor, Lu Ming, die. Sanguinarum was overjoyed and revealed a ferocious expression. This attack was filled with the aura of an emperor. It was an emperor from Cold Blood Hall who wanted to kill Lu Ming with one blow. But at this moment, a burly man in iron armor behind Lu Ming burst out with an earth-shattering aura. With a flash of demonic light, he defeated the blood-red light. I didn't want to besiege you, but since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Mo Yi looked at the sky, his eyes cold. The next moment, he turned into a beam of demonic light and rushed towards the Cold Blood Hall Emperor. He joined forces with the Emperor from Floating Mountain to besiege the Cold Blood Hall Emperor. An emperor, it's an emperor. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Xiao Wan was not here, but other than him, there was an emperor behind Lu Ming. This was too shocking. Many people from Cold Blood Hall were in despair. The consequences of two emperors besieging a Cold Blood Hall emperor would be dire. Demon Emperor. Sanguinarum screamed in horror, his eyes filled with despair. Kill. Lu Ming took another step forward and appeared in front of Sanguinarum, striking down with his palm. No. Sanguinarum roared. He used bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-winged heavenly bat to resist with all his might. But Lu Ming's palm strike destroyed the blood-red light and shattered the blood-winged heavenly bat. Not only the blood-winged heavenly bat, but even Sanguinarum's body was shattered. Sanguinarum was dead. The people from Cold Blood Hall were shocked. Sanguinarum was dead. It was a great loss to Cold Blood Hall that this genius who had the potential to become an emperor had died. An angry roar came from the sky. What are you shouting for? You can't even save yourself today. Mo Ye's voice came from the sky. Roar. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and completely devoured Sanguinarum's essence and blood. But Lu Ming immediately frowned. This was because the essence that Shui Luozi cultivated was the essence of blood, which was not of much use to Lu Ming. Only the essence and blood were of some use. At this moment, on Floating Mountain, a beautiful woman was looking at the battlefield outside. She was Jing Kongling. Beside her stood several experts from the Hanging Mountain. Open the formation and kill with all your might. Cooperate with Lu Ming and attack Cold Blood Hall from both sides. Jing Kongling gave the order at this moment. Presently, the second-rate geniuses had matured and stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realm successively. As these second-rate geniuses advanced into the domain enlightened spirit god realm, their statuses in their respective sects and powers rose along with it. It was comparable to some exalted figures, and it was even to the extent that their statuses were even higher than exalted figures. This was because it was certain that the second-class geniuses would become supremes in the future. They even had a great chance of becoming emperors. It could be said that their potential was limitless. The major forces had begun to slowly transfer some power to them as a form of training. Just like Sanguinarum, Jing Kongling also had an important right to speak in Floating Mountain. Kongling, it's too dangerous. Who knows if Lu Ming will turn around and attack us? An old man beside Jing Kongling said with a slightly changed expression. Yes, in these troubled times, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan have emperors following them. We have to be careful. Another person also spoke. Don't worry too much. Lu Ming and I are old friends. I believe in him. Open the formation and cooperate with Lu Ming. We must completely destroy Cold Blood Hall in today's battle. Otherwise, we won't have such a good opportunity again. Jing Kongling said in a firm tone. All right, we'll listen to you. An old man said. Then, his voice spread throughout Floating Mountain. Open the formation and kill everyone. Kill. Kill. As the formation was opened, Floating Mountain gathered all their strength and rushed madly toward Cold Blood Hall. They and Lu Ming's men attacked Cold Blood Hall from 2 sides. Instantly, Cold Blood Hall was in a disadvantageous position and their experts were killed one after another. Boom! 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 The battle was the most intense in the sky, and the sky was constantly shaking. Suddenly, a bloody light flashed. An arm fell from the sky with a soaring bloody aura, exuding a strong Emperor's aura. It's the Blood Emperor. He's injured. Someone exclaimed. Especially those from Cold Blood Hall, their faces were pale. The Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall is about to be defeated. Kill! Lu Ming's men and Floating Mountain took the opportunity to shout. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they completely suppressed Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall experts were killed continuously, and their bodies fell like raindrops to the ground. Chapter 1176. Unfortunately, most of the people from Cold Blood Hall cultivated the essence of blood, while a few cultivated various kinds of essence of weapons. It was of little use to Lu Ming, and did not help Lu Ming's essence at all. Lu Ming's cultivation improved rapidly after devouring a large amount of energy. However, it stopped when he reached the peak of the 4th level of Spirit God Realm. No matter how much energy he refined, he could not absorb it and could only dissipate and waste it. Because the essence of heaven and earth did not improve, his cultivation was stuck. In the end, Lu Ming decided not to devour vital essence, but only blood essence to improve his bloodline. However, Lu Ming's bloodline did not improve even after devouring the blood essence of more than a dozen 8th level, 9th level, and even perfected spirit god experts. Both the 9 Dragons bloodline and the prison-suppressing steel bloodline were at level 8 of the divine realm. It was too difficult to improve from level 8 to level 9 of the divine realm. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Could it be that he had to devour the blood essence of a supreme martial artist to improve? Lu Ming began to look around to see if any supreme martial artists had been killed. Ah! With a scream, a supreme martial artist from Cold Blood Hall was killed. Blood splattered everywhere and fell to the ground. The fresh blood contained terrifying power. When some strong practitioners of the spirit embryo realm were splashed by the fresh blood, their bodies became riddled with holes. Fall back. Below, some of the myriad demon abyss and Cold Blood Hall troops retreated frantically, afraid of being splashed by the blood. Supreme martial artist blood essence. Lu Ming's eyes burned with passion. Shao Qing, wait for me here. Lu Ming said to Xian Yinqing. Be careful. Xian Yinqing warned. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. He used his movement technique and dashed toward the corpse of the supreme martial artist. Whoosh! A drop of a supreme martial artist's blood shot toward Lu Ming like a blood-red meteor, carrying a terrifying aura. Bam! Lu Ming struck out with his palm, causing the drop of blood to scatter. However, Lu Ming also felt his palm go numb and a faint pain. Supreme Being is really powerful. This is just a drop of his blood, but it has such a terrifying power. It contains a lot of energy. It's a pity that I don't have enough heaven and earth concept right now. Otherwise, I would be able to quickly improve my cultivation after refining this blood. Lu Ming pondered silently. He did not bother about the fresh blood. In a flash, he dashed toward the corpse of the supreme martial artist. The 9 Dragons bloodline opened its mouth and roared. Its devouring power erupted. 9 drops of sparkling and translucent blood essence flew out from the corpse of the supreme martial artist and were devoured by the 9 dragons. Boom! After the 9 drops of blood were swallowed by the 9 dragons, they exploded. Boundless energy rampaged through the 9 dragons' bodies. The 9 dragons' bodies rapidly swelled up like a rubber ball, their volume increasing by several times. The energy within the supreme martial artist's blood essence was too powerful. Refine, refine. Lu Ming roared, frantically manipulating the 9 dragons' bloodline to refine the blood essence. He knew that he had been too impulsive. The amount of energy contained in the blood essence of a supreme being was simply too shocking. Even with his current cultivation base, he had to refine it drop by drop. That would be the safest way to proceed. Devouring all 9 drops in one go, that amount of energy was simply too shocking. Rumble. The 9 dragons' bloodline frantically operated the refining power to refine the blood essence within his body. Fortunately, he managed to hold on and did not explode. Gradually, the supreme martial artist's blood essence was refined and used to improve the 9 dragons' bloodline. Die. At this moment, a blood-red light flashed and charged toward Lu Ming. It was a white-haired elder from Cold Blood Hall. He was Sanguinarum's protector. After Sanguinarum's death, he had been eyeing Lu Ming for a long time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he attacked Lu Ming. "You're courting death." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The third bloodline emerged and a murderous intent gushed out like a tide. Bam! Lu Ming's palm shattered the elder's blood-red light. His palm force surged toward the elder like a storm. Back then, outside Sacred City, Lu Ming was already at the peak of LV8 Spirit God Realm. Now that a few months had passed, Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to the peak of LV4 Spirit God Realm. His battle strength was stronger than before, so it was easier for him to deal with a peak LV8 Spirit God Realm expert. The elder was shocked. He did not expect his surprise attack to be easily defeated by Lu Ming. He unleashed his true yuan and punched. Bam! Lu Ming's palm struck his fist, causing him to tremble all over. He retreated at high speed. Die, die. Lu Ming's eyes turned blood-red. Endless murderous intent shrouded the elder, causing his body to shiver and his battle strength to weaken. Boom! He activated the hell-suppressing heaven skill and struck out 2 palms in succession. The white-haired elder tried his best to block the 2 palms, but his arms exploded and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Whoosh! The third bloodline turned into a blood-red sword. Under Lu Ming's control, it turned into a beam of blood-red light and pierced through the elder's forehead, killing him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming's figure flashed and returned to Xian Yanqing's side. Because Xian Yanqing had a supreme being by his side, he could ensure their safety. After arriving, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and focused on refining the essence blood. This refining process took more than 10 minutes. Only then did the essence blood in the 9 dragons' bodies calm down and return to Lu Ming's control. At this time, Lu Ming opened his eyes and stood up. He still had not completely refined the supreme being essence blood, but there was no need to worry. He could slowly refine it. At this time, the situation on the battlefield was clear. Countless experts of Cold Blood Hall had been killed, including a few supreme beings. They were completely at a disadvantage. Defeat was inevitable. RIP. At this moment, the space in the sky was constantly cracking. Lu Ming looked up and could barely see 3 figures fighting. One of them was Mo Yi, who had a towering demonic qi. The other was a woman with a graceful figure. She was shrouded in a halo and her face could not be seen clearly. She must be the Emperor of Floating Mountain, Martial Emperor Yuexian. The last person was shrouded in blood-red light. Needless to say, he was the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall. But at this time, the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall was in a terrible state. His aura was weak, and one of his arms was missing. He had been severely injured by Mo Yi and Martial Emperor Yuexian. "Blood Emperor, today, you will die," said Yuexian coldly. Her voice was filled with killing intent. It was Empress Yuexian. "You want to kill me? Dream on." The Blood Emperor's cold voice rang out. The blood-red light suddenly burst out and forced Martial Emperor Yuexian and Mo Yi to retreat. He turned into a beam of blood-red light and fled madly into the distance. The Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall had fled. "Don't even think about it." Mo Yi shouted coldly and chased after the Blood Emperor with Martial Emperor Yuexian. Seeing that the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall had fled, the morale of the Cold Blood Hall members was greatly reduced. I surrender, I surrender. I surrender too." The giant eagles of Sky Eagle Castle were the first to surrender. They did not have a sense of belonging to Cold Blood Hall. Seeing that the situation was not good, they naturally surrendered one by one. With the surrender of the giant eagles, Cold Blood Hall was even more at a disadvantage. Those who surrender and are willing to engrave the formation in your consciousness sea will be spared. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Chapter 1177. I'm willing to surrender too. Me too. In the end, even the disciples and experts of Cold Blood Hall began to surrender. Some of the diehards killed those who did not surrender. Before long, the battle stopped. Almost all the experts of Cold Blood Hall had surrendered. A few supreme martial artists broke through the siege and escaped. The rest of the supreme martial artists had surrendered. Even an emperor had been defeated and fled. If they continued to stubbornly resist, they would be courting death. The battle had ended. Later, Lu Ming ordered the experts to work with Floating Mountain to engrave a formation in the consciousness seas of those who surrendered. Brother Lu, we meet again. Jing Kongling gracefully walked over. She was surrounded by mist and looked ethereal like an immortal. Miss Kongling. Lu Ming cupped his fists in greeting. Jing Kongling's gaze landed on Xianyanqing, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. I believe this must be Miss Xianyanqing. She is truly a peerless beauty that Brother Lu is willing to personally come to the 9 underworlds. Xianyanqing rolled her eyes and took Lu Ming's arm. You're too kind. Then a voice came into Lu Ming's ears. You know quite a lot of beauties when I'm not around. I was wondering why you attacked Cold Blood Hall instead of Floating Mountain. It turns out that there's a beauty waiting for you to save her. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Was this girl jealous? Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to find an excuse. Hiss. At this moment, the space cracked and Mo Yi and Martial Emperor Yu Exan walked out. Mo Yi, how's the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. His body was shattered and the spirit deity was severely injured. Unfortunately, he escaped with the injured spirit deity. Mo Yi explained with some regret. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The Blood Emperor was indeed powerful and difficult to kill. Even with 2 emperors at the same level, he still managed to escape. However, even though he has escaped, he won't be able to cause any trouble in a short period of time. The spirit god was seriously injured, and fled with all his might. He doesn't have much strength left. Mo Yi explained. Brother Mo Yi, thank you for your help this time, said Empress Yu Exan at that moment, bowing to Mo Yi. Yu Exan Martial Monarch was very beautiful. She looked like she was only in her 30s. She didn't look like an Emperor realm expert who had been famous in the central continent for nearly 10,000 years. There's no need to thank me. I'm just following orders. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Commander Lu Ming. Mo Yi smiled and looked at Lu Ming. Yu Exan Martial Monarch looked at Lu Ming with a trace of surprise in her eyes. Mo Yi actually obeyed Lu Ming's orders? A ruler actually obeyed the orders of a young junior. This was truly rare in the world. Greetings, Senior Moon Heart. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards Yu Exan Martial Monarch. Commander Lu, you're too courteous. How about we go into the mountains for a chat? Said Yu Exan Martial Monarch. Lu Ming and the others nodded and followed Yu Exan Martial Monarch, Jing Kongling and the others into Floating Mountain. They sat down in a hall. Thank you for your help, Commander Lu. Otherwise, Floating Mountain would be in danger. Yu Exan Martial Monarch thanked Lu Ming again. You're too courteous. Miss Kongling and Chu Kuang are old friends of Floating Mountain. It's my duty to help them. Lu Ming thought for a while and said, the central continent is in chaos now. Many forces are fighting. If they're divided, they'll be weak. If they're united, they'll be strong. What do you think of Lu Ming's proposal to ally with Floating Mountain? Ally? Yu Exan Martial Monarch, Jing Kongling and the other supreme masters of Floating Mountain were all stunned and pondered. Yu Exan Martial Monarch thought for a while and said, I wonder if Senior Xia is here? Senior Xia is in Cold Blood Hall's lair. I'm afraid Cold Blood Hall has fallen into his hands, said Lu Ming. 2 allies. Commander Lu, can you represent Senior Xie? Said Yuxian Martial Monarch. Obviously, Lu Ming was not important enough in Yuxian Martial Monarch's eyes. Don't worry. Commander Lu can make decisions on behalf of Demon Ancestor. Said Mo Yi. This shocked Yuxian Martial Monarch, Jing Kongling, and the others. They did not expect Lu Ming to have such great power in Xiao Wan's forces. Yuxian's eyes flickered slightly. All the rumors about Lu Ming that she had heard flashed through her mind. This guy has a bright future. In the end, Yuxian's eyes lit up and said, "Great. In that case, Floating Mountain will ally with Commander Lu." She was talking about Commander Lu, not Emperor Wan. Great. Lu Ming thanks Senior Yu. Lu Ming was overjoyed. To have one more ally was a great advantage for Lu Ming. Immediately, the two sides carried out a simple ceremony to formally form an alliance. After the alliance, Lu Ming said goodbye to Yuxian and the others, because Xiao Wan had sent news that the headquarters of Cold Blood Hall was completely under his control. Lu Ming led the army and went straight to Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall had been completely occupied. Those who had stayed behind had either surrendered or been killed. Experts from Myriad Demon Abyss were everywhere in Cold Blood Hall. Many of them were inscribing formations or repairing formations all over Cold Blood Hall. It did not take long for Lu Ming and the others to arrive at Cold Blood Hall. At Cold Blood Hall, more than a dozen experts gathered at the cross-domain transmission formation. Xiao Wan, Lu Ming, Mo Yi, and the others were among them. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be the Zongzi of Eastern Wilderness Talisman Puppet Sect. But you don't have any spirit fire. How strange. Xiao Wan laughed. Lu Ming smiled faintly but did not explain further. Senior, please help me adjust the coordinates of Talisman Puppet Sect. Lu Ming said. Immediately, a few supreme martial artists who were stronger in the way of inscriptions stepped forward and adjusted the coordinates of Talisman Puppet Sect on the huge cross-domain transmission altar. On the other hand, Lu Ming closed his eyes slightly. At this moment, in Talisman Puppet Sect, a cave that had been closed for a long time suddenly opened. Lu Ming's second body stepped out of it. Lu Ming's second body moved and went to Bai Shijin's mansion. Not long after, Lu Ming's second body, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and two other supreme martial artists appeared at the cross-domain transmission formation of Talisman Puppet Sect. The chaotic Sky Emperor Xiao Wan has reappeared? You even formed an alliance to destroy the Overlord power, Cold Blood Hall? Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others muttered to themselves. Ever since Lu Ming's second body briefly explained the situation in Central Continent, they still could not believe it and had not recovered from the shock. Senior, now, everything is true. Let's adjust the coordinates of Cold Blood Hall and accept their transmission request. Lu Ming's second body said. Good, in this way, DE can't trap us. Bai Shijin laughed. The others also smiled. If they could communicate with the overlord power of Central Continent, they would no longer have to be afraid of DE's siege. Even if the Yin and Yang formation was broken, they would have a way out. Immediately, they began to adjust the coordinates. The transmission formation required the consent of both parties. It could not be transmitted just because one party wanted to. Chapter 1178. Not long after, the coordinates of the two sides were matched. The altar of the interterritory teleportation formation emitted a dazzling light and a black vortex appeared above it. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest stared at the vortex. Not long after, two figures emerged from the vortex. Lu Ming. Bai Shijin and the rest were overjoyed. One of the two figures was Lu Ming and the other was Xianyinqing. Lu Ming and Xianyinqing stepped out of the vortex and appeared in front of Bai Shijin and the rest. Is this your second body? Xianyinqing's big eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Lu Ming's second body. What? Do you want to give me a kiss? The second body suddenly smiled and said. Lu Ming's consciousness entered the second body and spoke. Xianyinqing's little face instantly flushed red and she glared at Lu Ming. The second body pointed at Lu Ming and took a step forward. It rapidly shrank and entered the heart of Lu Ming's brows, sitting cross-legged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest were looking at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing with astonishment. Lu Ming, your cultivation? What realm are you at? Bai Shijin asked. Actually, he had already seen through Lu Ming's cultivation, but he found it hard to believe. Peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Senior, what's wrong? Lu Ming said. CSI, Bai Shijin and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. It had only been around 2 years. When Lu Ming set out from the eastern desolation to the central continent, his cultivation was only at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. But in 2 years, not only had Lu Ming surpassed the spirit god realm, he had even reached the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. This was truly too shocking. After reaching the spirit god realm, they knew very well how difficult it was to advance a level. But to Lu Ming, it didn't seem difficult at all. Also, they looked at Xian Yanqing. They naturally saw through Xian Yanqing's cultivation. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. Strong, too strong. The point was that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were still so young. It was truly shocking that they had reached this level at such an age. They were at such an age. In comparison, the geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect were a far cry from Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Perhaps Lu Ming can really lead the Talisman Puppet sect to rise. They thought. At this moment, the teleportation grand formation trembled slightly, and 2 more figures appeared. It was Xiao Wan and Mo Yi. Subconsciously, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others swept their spirit senses towards Xiao Wan and Mo Yi. With a sweep, their expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed. Emperor! It's an emperor. 2 emperors. Bai Shijin and the others exclaimed with strong vigilance. Their eyes were filled with shock. Seniors, this is Xiao Wan, Senior Xia, and this is Demon Emperor Mo Yi. Lu Ming hurriedly introduced. Emperor Wan, Xiao Wan. The hearts of Bai Shijin and the others trembled. The name of Emperor Wan was not only known by the central continent, but also the experts of the Eastern Desolation, Southern Underworld, and other territories. Bai Shijin and the others naturally knew. After that, Bai Shijin and the others hurriedly bowed to Xiao Wan and Mo Yi. Yes. Xiao Wan nodded casually and spread out his spirit sense. I didn't expect that the Talisman Puppet sect wouldn't be here. Back then, it was a famous sect in the Eastern Desolation. Xiao Wan spoke slowly, causing Bai Shijin and the others to feel slightly embarrassed. Senior Xia, I'll show you around. Lu Ming smiled. After 2 years, he returned to the Talisman Puppet sect. Lu Ming was in a good mood. This was the place that truly belonged to Lu Ming. It was the place that could be controlled by him. Xiao Wan's force was just an alliance. Xiao Wan nodded. Everyone stepped into the air and flew into the distance. On the way, Xiao Wan swept his gaze and nodded secretly. It seems that I've still underestimated Lu Ming. Other than not having an emperor, the strength he has isn't weak. What a powerful junior. He's trying to break through to the emperor realm. Once he breaks through, it will be no small matter. Xiao Wan's gaze looked towards the north, his eyes shining brightly. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming knew that Xiao Wan had sensed Supreme Nine Sons. In the past 2 years, Supreme Nine Sons had been in seclusion, trying to break through to the Emperor realm. Father, mother. Immediately after, Lu Ming's gaze turned to the front. In front of him, Yan Kuangtu condensed his true origin into a cloud and flew over with Lu Yuntian, Li Ping, Hua Qi, Bai Qi, Shui, and the others. Obviously, they had received news that Lu Ming had returned. Originally, only a few people knew that Lu Ming had gone to the central continent and left his second body to guard the Talisman Puppet sect. Other than Bai Shijing, Yan Kuangtu, and a few other supremes, only Lu Ming's parents knew. However, ever since Lu Ming's true identity was exposed during the million-year sacrifice battle in the Holy City, the Wang family's patriarch, the Jiang family's patriarch, Di Shen, and the others returned to the eastern wilderness. News of Lu Ming's appearance in the eastern wilderness spread. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace publicly revealed that Lu Ming's second body was fake outside the Yin and Yang mountain. Only then did the others in the Talisman Puppet sect know that Lu Ming had left the Yin and Yang mountain for the central continent. Of course, no one would think of such a miraculous secret art like the twin life restriction. They all thought that Lu Ming's second body in the Talisman Puppet sect was someone else in disguise. Now that Lu Ming had returned, they naturally wanted to see Lu Ming after receiving the news. Lu Ming pulled Xian Yanqing and flew forward, greeting Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, father, mother. Ming, it's good that you're back. Although Lu Yuntian and Li Ping knew that Lu Ming was safe and sound through Lu Ming's second body, they were still overjoyed to see the real Lu Ming. Then, their gazes fell on Xian Yanqing. After being stunned for a moment, a smile appeared on their faces. Li Ping happily held Xian Yanqing's little hand and said, Miss Yanqing, long time no see. Ming, finally brought you back. Good, good. Uncle, Auntie. Xian Yanqing's little face blushed slightly as she saluted Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The two elders nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. So this is my younger sister-in-law. Truly a national beauty, rarely seen in this world. Yan Kuangtu laughed loudly, causing Xian Yanqing's little face to turn even redder. Big brother Yan. Lu Ming greeted Yan Kuangtu, Hua Qi, and the others. Among the crowd, Bai Qi Shui looked at Xian Yanqing with a hint of loneliness in her eyes. Is this the woman Lu Ming likes? That year, in a fit of anger, she caused a great war in Nine Dragon City. She's truly devastatingly beautiful. Only such a woman is worthy of Lu Ming. Bai Qi Shui sighed in her heart, forcing a smile on her face. She stepped forward and greeted Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Then, Lu Ming introduced Xiao Wan and Mo Yi to Yan Kuangtu and the others. However, Lu Ming only introduced the names and did not introduce Xiao Wan's cultivation. Only Yan Kuangtu was shocked when he sensed Xiao Wan and Mo Yi's cultivation. Father, mother, go back to your residence first. I have something to do with the seniors. I'll find you later. Lu Ming said. All right, it's fine. Go ahead. Lu Yuntian said. Then, they went back. Yan Kuangtu stayed behind. Senior Xia, the Talisman Puppet sect is now surrounded by the Emperor God Divine Palace. The Palace Master of the Emperor God Divine Palace is an emperor. Senior, are you confident in dealing with him? Chapter 1179. Since Xiao Wan and Mo Yi were here, it would be best if they could use Xiao Wan to get rid of Martial King De. Xiao Wan did not say anything. He stood in the air and looked to the east, as if he was sensing something. In the east of the Talisman Puppet sect, Martial King De was cultivating in seclusion. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed something. His eyes suddenly opened and two rays of bright light shot out. A shocking aura rose from Martial King De's body. Who is spying on me? Martial King De said slowly. Inside the Talisman Puppet sect. Boom! Xiao Wan's expression changed abruptly. A powerful aura involuntarily rose from his body. However, the aura was quickly withdrawn. What a powerful cultivation. I never thought that there would be such a person in the Eastern Barren Territory. Xiao Wan frowned and said seriously. Lu Ming was shocked. Could Martial King De be so powerful? Even Xiao Wan was serious. Lu Ming, the Martial Emperor De that you mentioned is very powerful. If I was at my peak, I would be able to suppress him. However, I am not his match now. Don't provoke him for the time being. Give me some time and I will not be afraid of him. Xiao Wan said slowly. Lu Ming, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others' faces changed. Was Martial King De really that powerful? Even Xiao Wan thought highly of him and said that he was not his match. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He knew that Ciel Wan had been suppressed for 30,000 years. Although he had recovered a little, he was still far from his peak. It would be too difficult for him to recover to his peak. Lu Ming, let's go back to Cold Blood Hall and rest for a few days before heading to Northern Plains. If you want to go to Northern Plains, you can come here within 3 days. Ciel Wan said to Lu Ming. After that, he and Mo Yi stepped into the air and returned to Cold Blood Hall through the transdomain teleportation formation. After that, Lu Ming said goodbye to Bai Shijin and the others. He held Xian Yanqing's hand and went to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's residence. In the next few days, Lu Ming stayed at the Lu family's residence. When he had time, he would visit Hua Qi, the Mystic Essence Sword sect, and the others. 2 years ago, Lu Ming had left behind a large amount of resources. After 2 years, everyone had made great progress. Both Hua Qi and Pang Shi had reached the martial emperor realm. His father, Lu Yuntian, had also become a martial king. Among them, his 2 disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro, had made the fastest progress. They had already become high-level martial kings. However, this kind of progress was still far from Lu Ming's expectations. This time, Lu Ming left more resources for the Lu family, Hua Qi, and the others. They had all kinds of power Upanishad crystals, pellets, herbs, and weapons. 3 days later, in the Talisman Puppet Sect's assembly hall, Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu, and the various elders and eminent elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect were gathered. Lu Ming sat on the main seat at the top of the hall. This was strongly requested by Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had already stepped into the spiritual god realm, and he had reached the peak of the 4th level spirit god realm. He was qualified to take charge of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Therefore, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others strongly requested that Lu Ming take the main seat. In the future, the Talisman Puppet Sect would be officially handed over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was originally a Zongzi. Zongzi meant that when his cultivation improved and he was able to take charge, he could succeed the position of sect master. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, although it was still a little lacking, the Talisman Puppet Sect did not have an Emperor Realm expert. Therefore, the conditions were not too high. Lu Ming did not decline and accepted it calmly. Now, he indeed needed his own strength. Seniors, I've already explained the situation in the Central Continent. If you have any suggestions or ideas, please feel free to speak. Lu Ming said. Zongzi, us old fellows have been sealed off from the eastern wilderness for many years. We know nothing about the situation in the Central Continent. You know much better than us. We'll listen to you and do whatever you say. Bai Shijin said. That's what I think too. Du Songjue said. Lu Ming, I'll do whatever you say. I'll drink with you. Yan Kuangtu gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and laughed. All right, then I'll tell you what I think. Now that the Central Continent is in chaos and the various forces are at war and attacking each other, the strong are getting stronger and the weak are getting weaker and weaker. We can't sit still and wait for death. We have to take the initiative to attack and increase our strength. I've formed an alliance with the Chaotic Sky Divine Emperor and the Floating Mountain Sect. The Chaotic Sky Divine Emperor wants to conquer the Northern Plains. We can't miss this opportunity. I plan to gather a group of experts to fight with me. Firstly, we can obtain resources. Secondly, we can train ourselves. In the future, when we conquer the Northern Plains, we'll be able to communicate with the Northern Plains. That way, we'll be able to move freely. What do you think? Lu Ming explained his idea. Then we'll do as Zongzi says. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others nodded. Lu Ming, I'll fight with you. After staying in the Talisman Puppet Sect for so many years, there's no one to spar with. It's so boring. Yan Kuangtu said with a strong battle intent in his eyes. In the past, Yan Kuangtu was a war general of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was a battle maniac and had been cooped up in the Talisman Puppet Sect for the past few years. It was truly unbearable. Now that he heard that he could go to war, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. His heart was itching unbearably. I'll fight with Zongzi. I'll go too. Two founding elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect said. One of them was the founding elder of the Puppet Sect, Meng Chong. The other was the founding elder of the Talisman Puppet Sect, Jiang Ku. Both of them had the cultivation of Sovereign Realm. Great, I'm relieved to have the three of you together. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, they discussed the specific details. In addition to Yan Kuangtu, Meng Chong, and Jiang Ku, the other experts of the other levels were also selected to follow Lu Ming to fight. Some of the younger generation were also selected to follow Lu Ming as a form of training. It was difficult to make progress in the path of cultivation by blindly cultivating. One had to take risks and fight to make a breakthrough. After the plan was made, they began to spread the news. Then, Lu Ming led hundreds of people into the cross-domain teleportation formation and headed to Cold Blood Hall. The teleportation formation of Cold Blood Hall flickered and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Not long after Lu Ming appeared, a voice messaging jade charm came. Xiao Wan invited Lu Ming to the conference hall to discuss matters. Lu Ming led Yan Kuangtu, Meng Chong, and Jiang Ku to the conference hall and found that Xiao Wan, Mo Yi, and some sovereigns of the Myriad Demons Abyss were all there. When the sovereigns of the Myriad Demons Abyss saw Lu Ming, they used their spiritual senses to scan Yan Kuangtu and the others. Their eyes flickered slightly. They did not expect that Lu Ming also had sovereigns following him. They knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. They used to think that Lu Ming was alone, but now they realized that they were wrong. Lu Ming also had his own forces. Lu Ming, sit. Xiao Wan pointed to the seat beside him. Chapter 1180. I'll tell you my next plan. The Northern Plains Demon God Valley is my backup plan. However, 30,000 years have passed and I don't know the exact situation. I'll go to the Demon God Valley alone and take control of it. Lu Ming will be in charge here. Wait for my news. After I take control of Demon God Valley, I'll open the cross-domain teleportation formation and connect it with Cold Blood Hall. They'll take the teleportation formation to Northern Plains. Xiao Wan told him his plan. Obviously, this was the best plan at the moment. Naturally, no one objected. Well, in that case, I'll leave now. Lu Ming, I'll leave this place to you. With that, Xiao Wan got up and took a step forward. When he stepped out, the space cracked and Xiao Wan disappeared into it. After Xiao Wan left, Lu Ming made arrangements for the people of Talisman Puppet Sect. Brother Yan, take this Emperor's Spirit Pagoda. In front of a courtyard, Lu Ming stopped Yan Kuangtu and handed him a small fiery red pagoda. It was the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda that he had obtained from the Saint Mansion's secret realm. He had lent it to Xiao Wan and returned it to Lu Ming after Xiao Wan recovered his Emperor cultivation. The Emperor's Spirit Pagoda was a fire attribute treasure with a fire domain. Yan Kuangtu's bloodline was the three-legged golden crow and his flame power was unparalleled. It was most suitable for Yan Kuangtu and would be even more powerful. This is an Emperor's Spirit Pagoda. Yan Kuangtu scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and his face suddenly changed. Lu Ming, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Brother Yan, do you still need to be polite with me? Besides, the war is imminent. This Emperor's Spirit Pagoda can only exert its full power in your hands. It's useless in my hands. Lu Ming pushed and the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda flew towards Yan Kuangtu. Seeing Lu Ming's firm attitude, Yan Kuangtu did not refuse and kept the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda. To be honest, the Emperor's spiritual tower was very useful to him. It had a fire domain, which was helpful to his cultivation. It would also be useful for him to break through to the ruler level. Lu Ming, thank you. After Yan Kuangtu put it away, he solemnly clasped his fists towards Lu Ming with a rare solemn and serious expression. Huh, big brother Yan, I'm not used to seeing you like this. Lu Ming laughed and strode away. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming's glabella shone, and the figure of his second body appeared. A disc array appeared in Lu Ming's hand and flew to the second body. The second body caught it and continued to inscribe array formations with both hands. The second body's Tao of inscription was much stronger than it was 2 years ago. In an instant, numerous inscriptions flew into the disc. This disc array was the disc array given to him by the heavenly profound saint in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. As long as the second body controlled the disc array, he could enter the Saint Mansion's secret realm and obtain the heavenly profound saint's inheritance. Soon, the disc array shone brightly and formed a huge vortex. The second body nodded slightly to Lu Ming, then stepped into it and disappeared. After the second body disappeared, the vortex also disappeared. Everything was ready, and Lu Ming waited patiently. To his surprise, not long after, the floating mountain sect sent 2 supreme beings to assist Lu Ming in the conquest of the northern plains. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. With 2 more supreme beings, their strength would naturally be stronger. Time passed quickly. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lu Ming received news from Xiaowan that it was a success. Xiaowan had successfully taken control of the Demon God Valley. Everyone in the Demon God Valley, including the ruler, had surrendered to Xiaowan. Obviously, like the myriad demon abyss, Xiaowan had a backup plan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to subdue an overlord so easily. Next, the cross-domain teleportation arrays of the 2 places were connected. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and the army set out. As for the Cold Blood Hall, only a few people were left behind to guard it. More than 100,000 soldiers were sent to the Demon God Valley through the teleportation array. Lu Ming led Yan Kuangtu and the rest to set out in the last batch. The Demon God Valley was one of the 5 overlord forces in the northern plains. It was powerful and had an emperor overseeing it. It was located in a vast mountain range. Inside, there were countless valleys of various sizes. Demonic qi filled the air, which was suitable for demonic Tao cultivators to cultivate. On the second day after Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the Demon God Valley, the army gathered in a huge valley. Xiaowan and Lu Ming stood at the front. Beside them were 2 other people. One was Imoyi, and the other was a burly old man called Shu Luo. He was the Demon God Valley's emperor. In the valley, the myriad devil abyss, the Demon God Valley and the talisman puppet sect experts that Lu Ming had brought with him were gathered. There are a total of 5 overlord forces in the northern plains. Each of them is very powerful. If we want to take down the other 4 overlord forces, we must attack as quickly as possible. Now, they are not aware of the Demon God Valley. If we wait until they are fully prepared, our battle will be much more difficult. I will discuss with Commander Lu. He and I will each lead an army to attack 2 forces. I will lead the army to take care of Golden Wave Cliff and Light Dragon Tower. Commander Lu, Moyi, Chu Luo, you will lead an army to take care of the mountain-piercing sect and 100 Beast tribe. Take them down as quickly as possible. That way, the northern plains will be under our control. Xiaowan announced. Yes. The army obeyed. Although the people from the demonic God Valley, Chu Luo, and the rest were puzzled as to why Xiaowan would form an alliance with Lu Ming, they did not probe further. They only needed to follow Xiaowan's orders. Rumble. Huge warships appeared in the sky. Lu Ming and Xiaowan each took a warship and flew in 2 different directions. Lu Ming's army's first target was the mountain-piercing sect. Enemy attack. When they were close to the mountain-piercing sect, a loud roar came from within. Countless rays of light shone from within the mountain-piercing sect. The sect protection array rose. Auras burst out and figures flickered as they appeared in front of the mountain-piercing sect. Rumble. Lu Ming's warship stopped a few thousand miles away from the mountain-piercing sect. Lu Ming stepped out of the warship first. Behind him was a large army that followed Lu Ming. They stepped out of the warship and appeared in front of the mountain-piercing sect. Who is it? An angry roar came from within the mountain-piercing sect. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky and suppressed everything within a few thousand miles. A tall figure that was covered in yellow light appeared at the front of the mountain-piercing sect. An emperor. Obviously, this was the emperor of the mountain-piercing sect. Peng. Peng. Chu Luo and Nemo Yi stepped out and came to the front. They released their emperor's aura and pressed forward. Emperors, 2 emperors. Countless people in the mountain-piercing sect exclaimed in shock.